Put on the horse ready. Oh, such a nice tidy menu before you've like explored everything and there's 50 million different things to scroll through. Yeah, I think I did everything to it. Kenneth Russ, Wolf, hope all is well. I'm not too bad, cheers dude, how are you doing? Rebel by choice, morning, how's it going man? Cream's working well. Justin Lynch, hello, how's it going dude? Like a glove. Right. Yeah, so I've got this new, what's it called, the FEM 37AT, but it's the AGL version, Angry Ginger Life. Yeah, so pretty certain it's going to be very good. Will Holden Harrison, finally the Wolf returns. Yeah, I know, like, apologies for last week, it was, yeah, that stupid bloody code was driving me mad. It kept sending me it, but yeah, not within 15 minutes. So I just kept getting expired codes, and I think in the end, obviously, 2:30 in the morning, I said I can't do the live stream. I think it was about 5:30, like another 3 hours out. It was about 9.5 hours or something ridiculous, just spent trying to get that fucking code. And yeah, by the time I got it, I was... one, it was the morning, and I don't know, it's like not a banging headache, but I assume from just getting mad at the fucking... yeah, just going through that for hours, keep trying to reset my phone and all sorts. In fact, I'll fire off a radar trailer quickly. Not radar trailer, we've got the bobblehead thingamajig. Wait, radar? Is that... yeah, Will Holden Harrison. Already a moulded female. What's that, this thing? The FEM truck. Modded, sorry. Autocorrect. Oh yeah, modded female. That's true. If this one makes sandwiches, is the real question. Why is my truck not moving? Oh, I'm in the lake. No. Yeah. I don't know then. It's like my controls aren't working. It's a bit weird. Is he packed in there? That's what she said. Oh yeah. Did I do a radar? I'm losing my marbles at the minute. Oh, I did do radar. Right. Which way did I go round last time? I think it was that way. It'll be quicker because I can sort of vaguely remember where I went last time. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long to scout the maps because between mods and bobbleheads and all that, well, the articulation's clearly a lot more potent. Chris Fritz, good evening from Minnesota Wolf. Love the content of the new phase. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, cheers for popping as well. And yeah, Minnesota, pretty crazy. We drifted into a lamppost. Mark Rowe, hey Mr. Wolf, hope you're well. I'm not too bad, cheers dude, how are you doing? It's close, but I was able to steer out of it. As a prime example though, because AGL's like up to the power of the articulation, like I didn't even full on panic steer out of that, I just gave it a few blips of the steering. And yeah, the articulation was actually enough to kind of like fight against where I'm tipping and wiggle my way out of it. In the normal game, it hasn't got enough power remotely. Well, I don't think I left it in the video in the end, but where I've got my FEM truck parked on the bridge, on my normal playthrough, yeah, I was trying to just articulate the steering left and right there on a flat road, and it couldn't even do that. Will, to be honest, I've heard the base FEM is very good. Just has articulating issues. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it's not terrible. I'd like not necessarily more speed, but I wish it felt more torquey. I mean, again, as a good example, this feels very nice. Like, Obviously it's got AGL's like million torque engine in it, but yeah, I don't need it to go flying along. It's just more the pickup and the low range power. Because once I've got enough power, I actually blip the throttle and do all that sort of stuff quite a lot. But it's nice, a bit more engaging once you do it. Oh, I grabbed some like little twiglet, but didn't really do much of anything to stop me tipping. Just sheer willpower and loaf. King Bastion, hello Mr. Lone Wolf, we miss you, glad you and everyone in the chat enjoying the videos this week. Sorry, because it splits the words in half, I get used to reading them again. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, like, I was a bit disappointed I had to miss it last week. But, like I say, if I went on my mod, like this playthrough, but I didn't have the mods on, it'd delete practically every vehicle I've got in this entire playthrough. Since I've only really been doing it with mods, so practically every vehicle is a mod. Yeah, and I didn't want to do that. If I went on my normal playthrough, I'd obviously be playing through like the normal game, and then I wouldn't be able to make videos on them and stuff, so I wasn't too happy about it. Someone suggested, and I was considering it, like, I could have done a Wreckfest live stream or whatever, but as it was the kind of like a few days after the game had come out, I thought it'd probably be a bit odd just doing a random live Wreckfest live stream. I like this little rock cliff thing going on here. Back end skidding around a bit. Let's drop the hammer. If in doubt, drop the hammer. It will, yeah, true. For me, articulating trucks are more annoying than anything else. Yeah, it's just that which kills it a bit, and the fact that like AGL, you know, just fixed it with whatever it is he changes that makes it stronger. Like, I don't see how they can't do it. I mean, surely it is as simple as dialing up a few numbers in the game. And again, really, they should offer people like AGL and Fox and that Bartelby and JLB and what's their Glitchworks and Mr. Buses. They should, I don't know, work out some kind of deal to get them to, like, I say mod trucks, but get the actual in-game trucks into some finely polished states. It would be pretty cool if they did. Rebel by choice, Fox. It was close. Loaf bailed out. He knew what to do. Of course, he landed on his wheels. Because I'm professional after all. I was actually just curious because I've got the Bandit crane. If it actually, yeah, it's got some pretty good strength to it then. Because the other cranes, other than the fact they rarely can lift the loaf without some severe encouragement, yeah, from like full extension like that, I got no chance. Cargo rotation speed, the bane of my life in SnowRunner. Hang on, I'll try and get me a. Why does it never come up on my phone? I mean, why on earth does it have to rotate that slowly? There's no human reason. Ooh, what did I do? Activate radar. Right, we're back. I remember this with the normal truck. It is a little bit tippy. In its defence, at the minute, I am kind of winding down the roads a little bit fast. So I wouldn't say it's clearly been weighted as well, like better than the normal one. But yeah, there's something about this vehicle that is a little bit tippy, just in general. I'm not sure if it's like because of the way the articulation works, if it just naturally. I suppose it causes like the middle, or say the front of that big sideboard sticks out like the opposite way to where you're turning, and maybe that sort of carries a bit of weight with it and helps roll you over. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to load the live stream on my phone so we can actually see the comments. Turn that down. Reaper710, I'm so glad you got your stuff fixed. Yeah, same here, dude. It's as someone said, and it's true. It's like anti-piracy measures fucking up like just a normal person, and yeah, it is true. Like whatever they need a 15-minute code for, like I don't. Even hypothetically, if someone could hack into my mod account, it's not really the end of the world, is it? Like, what are they actually going to do? Or like, yeah, I don't know what the over-the-top security is about. I ended up having to delete loads more shit off my phone. I finally deleted a few old apps that I kind of wanted to leave on, but I wasn't really using them. You know, like one, for example, what's it called? Like Flight Radar or something, where you could like point your phone at the sky at a plane and it'll tell you what the plane is. And I downloaded it years ago. I think it was just to show my mum when she was over here. I was like, yeah, look, you can just like identify planes and shit in the sky. And then, yeah, but I never really used it. I'm not going to use it again. I don't really give a shit what's flying overhead. And to be honest, even if it tells me it's Flight FX 211 113, that doesn't mean absolutely fuck all to me anyway. So, yeah, there's a few mods I finally, not mods, apps even. On my phone I've finally deleted, and I did the update. Oh shit, sorry, I pressed that again. Yeah, I updated my phone. I said it a while ago that I was going to attempt to, it was like 3.5 gigs I needed to free up for the update. And it said 10 minutes. It said approximately 10 minutes to do the update, which I already thought, yeah, we'll fat chance of that happening. But yeah, about, was it like 3.5, 4 hours later, it finally done it, and it was a right troll. It was like got a loading bar loading up, and it gets to the top, and I was like, cool, and that had already taken about an hour. And then it just started again, or it said something like requesting update, and it's like, what do you mean? You've just made me sit here watching a fucking loading bar for an hour. And that was apparently just to ask Apple if it's okay to fucking do the update or something. And then it did another loading bar, and pretty much said the same thing, and then it just sat there with an Apple sign for hours and hours. The funny thing was, though, the first time I tried the update, it eventually said no, because I haven't got enough memory, which I'd just freed some up. But then when I went down, I was saying, like, I reckon there was some kind of bug on my phone. I watched one of the things drop by 10 gigabytes of memory, so whilst trying to do the update, I think the phone had realised it had like 8.7 million unclosed tabs or whatever on the internet thing. Something. Well, like I say, I ended up reading up, and I got a feeling it might actually be the case. It was like someone could have put like a bug on the phone, you know, like when you go on a website or something, and it was turning my phone into like a crypto miner, apparently. Which only makes sense because it just kept filling my memory up, and if I deleted free memory up, a day later it'd just hog it, and it'd like just keep adding the amount of memory onto the internet, like Safari thing or whatever. And then yeah, that appears to have stopped now. It's taken a few, like my phone's kind of, it's like it's getting over a drug habit. It's taken a few days. It's crashing less and less and that, but yeah, finally it is working a little better than it was. So yeah, here I'm just gonna, we'll see if I can get across the river again. Because there's not really any decent way until you get that jumbo bridge contract done. Obviously it's not very ideal when you're in the middle of scouting the whole map. Yeah, I don't own this DLC, but I'm doing a friend's version. I do get to find out where the tank is to get the FEM, and it's not as bad as I thought. The task is pretty easy to get it, and obviously at the gateway it's like very close to the gateway, which yeah, the mission to retrieve it I think was pretty fair and decent. It was like I said, I don't like it when they lock trucks like really deep into the contracts, because you kind of want to do those contracts with the truck. But yeah, in this case, I mean, it was like the third map in, but I assumed it probably would be. I don't know what the other scout is on. I've seen the contract or whatever it is for it already, so I just haven't got around to doing that one yet. But yeah, between 4 maps, I kind of figured one of them's going to be on the 3rd or 4th map, and it was probably going to be this one. And like I say, overall, it's not terrible. To be honest, on other maps, it'd probably suit it a bit better. I sort of think, in general, this map, or this phase, these maps, aren't really the most ideal for, like, just big trucks like this. Even the Zix and stuff, it's not that the Zix is terrible by any stretch. It's probably easily one of the best vehicles in the game. Yeah, it's just like the way the maps are, like, yeah, very rocky and bumpy here, there and everywhere. I think like a bit of a more nimble truck with slightly softer suspension. All the big heavy trucks, they just seem to like dial the suspension up to the point that it's practically not there anymore. There's not actually really much flex going on with a lot of these bigger vehicles. They just kind of... They have saved the suspension raised, so you have like the ground clearance, but they don't actually have much in the way of like any flex going on. What the hell is that? It's on a boat. I'll show him a boat. Just a Lynch. The FEM being articulated makes a great winch truck. Twin steer, lead winch and a FEM turn around flatbed will move 12 slots of cargo. Yeah, true. I must admit, if you're doing it as a road train... Oh, by the way, I'll just when I flick through the equipping this vehicle, yeah, he's put a submarine snob on it. Which just made that a hell of a lot easier. I mean, we would have got over, because I've got a goddamn horse on me. Would have zombie winched it, fired out a 100-metre winch, so it was an inevitability. But yeah, that does make life a lot easier. It's funny driving. I was just weaving along there. It's sort of not on purpose, but by comparison, the steering's like so responsive. But yeah, just slightly dabbing the steering then, and it was flying all over the place. But in a good way, not like over the top. Just not waiting around. There's certainly no lag to it. You know, it was something like that. I'll fire a radar off when I get to that warehouse. Jane Bastion. I don't mind the FEM. It's a little quirky with the steering and needs more power, but overall it's still not as bad as the Derry Special. Yeah, I agree with that, and I still will use it more on this phase. I don't think it's a complete disaster by any means. I think, in fact, if they made it non-articulated and yeah, a bit more power, I think it'd easily be like a new contender for one of the best vehicles in the game. But yeah, the articulation's always... It's going to bite it at like the most inopportune moment when you kind of need a bit of the sort of very fine, delicate driving. And yeah, you could hit a rock or something and it just yanks your steering over to the left. Like if that happens on sort of a mountain, a narrow mountain area, like here for example, it could just jar the steering over to the left, and then next thing you know, you're kind of dangling over the edge of a mountain. Oh yeah, I didn't even fire a radar trail off. Let's do one now. Will, though I have to say, the FEM is at least a trailer capable, unlike the Western Star Twin Steer. Yeah, which certainly like is a big advantage, I think, because it's always been a bit of a letdown with the Twin Steer not being able to have a trailer. Sort of everything you gain in cargo capacity on the actual truck is just immediately lost. Like now, any vehicle that can have a ramped flatbed can just attach a Twin Steer's worth of like cargo carrying capacity just yeah, on a trailer. Well, probably would have been better to go that way around. Yeah, look at that. I can see the watchtower. Let's see how much this truck likes climbing. I should imagine not a lot. Obviously it's not going to have much choice, I'll just keep firing winches out, but once it gets its bumper up, it's just generally like a big fat long chassis like this. Oh, it might have been on that tree. Well, it wasn't letting me past it. See now though, it's like it's pulling the steering over to the left. It wasn't me doing it, but just like the way I was sort of wedged on a rock. Camera. And there, you see, I was turning like hard left then the whole time, but it straightened the cab up, but it wouldn't go over left until I drove forward. How many vehicles in this game have a chin and everything? But a lot of off-road vehicles in real life, if they know that is a possibility, they at least have like a skid plate and a bumper that doesn't overhang the truck and get caught on everything. Scrolling through 8 million lunch points. So I can't even like, I'm trying to steer left when I'm on the tree. And I can't. Life moves to tough look and roll though. I think I'm going to have to go back that way anyway, so I'll get him in a minute. There he is, see? In the thumbnail, he knew. Well, not the thumbnail, whatever it's called. Mara, according to someone on Discord, it's just an extra 4 lines of code to improve the articulation. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, there's various things in this game that... Yeah, it's like either they should know to fix it, or... It's kind of like the lack of attention paid to their game then, if they're... sorry, I've got the map rotated the wrong way. Yeah, you just think, like, little things like that. Oh, so we should be able to just submarine over there then, which is nice. Yeah, you'd just think, like, surely someone who works there, like, pretty high up all the rest of it, would just play the game and get a little bit frustrated with, like, how the articulation sort of, yeah, won't even move. You have to get low. It's like the Azov Antarctic, for example. I've seen a video of it on YouTube, like the actual real-life vehicle, which I have to say does look near enough identical. But, yeah, for example, when they're showing you like the demonstration of it and they do the articulation, the thing's wiggling around, you know, just fine, like where it's parked. It has more than enough power in real life to overcome it, and obviously in real life it's like an the Azov Antarctic is like a... Yeah, some kind of Arctic exploration vehicle. And if it couldn't even articulate itself, like whilst just sitting there, yeah, it wouldn't be very good. And I imagine this vehicle in real life could probably do a better job as well. It's funny though, I put the mod on, but I've not got it at the minute. The guy who made the Azov Boar actually modded this vehicle like into the game years ago, really. Only his had like 3 rear axles, but yeah, credit to that dude, whoever it was, because yeah, he predicted this truck ages ago. Predicted this truck before COVID. I'll just take the loaf behind me because for whatever reason this vehicle is horrifically tippy. I mean, admittedly, I was flying down a mountain, but that's about the 3rd time already in a matter of minutes that it's trying to tip. Good shot. I want to check before I travel through the gateway. Yeah, so it is still locked. I'm just going to travel through it quickly, then come back, because then at least it's unlocked on the actual map. Jamie Bastian, you need to give it a name. Yeah, this Fem truck. I must admit, I don't know. Like someone said, the Fembot thing. It does remind me of that of Austin Powers. It's just a terrible name. How did no one in 2024 say to them, do not call the truck a Fem? Like, yeah, it's just not good. Femboy, it's like something like that. I don't even know what one of them is, but Sounds suspicious. The Random Crap Channel, hello, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Will, yeah, I'm on the meds, and they're the same as before, just changing 2 of them around, so it's a bit different. Oh, sorry, I'm on meds. I was thinking, like, for some reason I thought of World of Tanks then, like medium tanks. Oh yeah. Let's travel back. Yeah, I'm on meds at the same time, just before changing 2 of them round, so it's a bit different. The Random Crap Channel, how come you only use AGL trucks? It's not that I only use them. He's mainly like been the only one, not the only one. That's not fair to say. Like adding mods. More recently, yeah, I get a lot of my recommendations from Mark Rowe, not just to try and shift it onto him. I really like AGL's mods anyway, so. But yeah, he normally gives me a heads up on like the good mods to grab as well, which help. I can just go and activate them all and get them in the streams. But yeah, that's probably it really. It's just out of all the mods I've tested, AGLs have kind of been the most recent. And just as I've been going through like the different mods, sometimes I have to delete older mods to make room for newer mods, etc. And I think AGL's mods take up practically no memory, so I've never really had to delete any of them to free up memory, so I've just had them on here more often. And yeah, just stuff like that really. It's just sort of worked out. I mean, again, I like highly recommend his mods. They are some of my favourite, like the AGL Loaf. But yeah, all of them to be honest. The AGL Dolphin, the Azov 5319. Even this Fem truck, yeah, feels a lot nicer. It's got a lot more oomph to the engine. I'm just thinking, if I put crane like that, I should stay in there a little bit better. Stare at everyone on the screen. Rebel by choice. AGL has good mods. Yeah, he certainly does. That's the thing. Like they are very good. And yeah, I've used Fox's mods before. I've still got various like Fox's mods on, like the Azov Iceberg, the Twice Twin Steer. I've still got his trailer pack on. Oh yeah, that reminds me actually. I went and found AGL's trailer pack, and I did actually turn it on at last. Matt Rowe, AGL did say that you can still tip the truck, even he can't fix that. Yeah, I think it's just a characteristic of like the articulated stuff, because the, what's it called, the Azov Antarctic or Iceberg, if it's a modded one or whatever, I kind of find that wants to do the same thing. The only exception probably is the Cat 770G, but that thing's just kind of like quite fat and low slung for what it is. But I mean, you can tell AGL's added like weight to the tyres, and yeah, I mean, it's not like, I wouldn't say it's a tippy vehicle, it's just not particularly fighting it either. Well, it did help making a little trip across there. Is that all the watchtowers done already? Smells do one there. Yeah, one over there. Something like that. The Random Crap Channel, I don't like them. I think they're way too OP, and I think custom trucks are cooler than tweaks. Well, with the OP thing, you can put any engine in, like from, I think, is it like 1,000 torque, sorry, 100,000 torque to 1,000,000, so you can tone that up and down kind of depending on what it is you want. And obviously all the rest of the stuff, like based off the, if the engine's rapid, it's going to be like a rapid vehicle. If you've got that toned down though, yeah, the wheels are wheels, etc. But still, I know what you mean though. Custom trucks are pretty cool on the game. To be honest, I've had some custom trucks, but just because they take more memory up, it's another case of, yeah, where like I just can't leave them all on. Like Glitchworks, Mr. Buses, they've got a lot of mods that I do like a lot and I've used. But yeah, and not like, there's no specific mod that nails it. And what was the Puppy Master who did the Heavy Wrecker? I like that, it's an extremely good mod. It's just I never have the room available anymore to activate that mod. Which, yeah, I still reckon it's probably got the best crane in the game on it. It was able to lift everything in the game except the train in the end, which, in its defence, for some reason is like ridiculously heavy. Just a little bit, nothing crazy. Oh, there is a watchtower there. Mount Row. The truck has a submarine snorkel. Yeah, it's pretty handy, that is. I do like it when there's the option to have that. Especially, yeah, if you like exploring a map and that. And just in general, every now and then, it is nice to go and have a look around. In some places where you can't, like, White Valley. With the lighthouse and that out into the in the water. Think about it, stuff like Island Lake, or is it Drummond Island? Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily the most useful. Like, you're not going to go exploring, obviously, underwater and find new trucks or something. But just for the having the option. I'm just noticing then, even when you do hit something and it kind of yanks the articulation either way, it seems to reset itself to the centre then pretty quickly afterwards, whereas I don't think the normal truck does. That's why I really would have been nice if I didn't have to miss last week's live stream, because I would have got a lot of the map scouting and everything done. But that being said, generally speaking, I think I overall catch up with myself, like doing the modder live streams on the weekend. So the chances are in a couple of weeks I'll probably be ahead of like where I am in the normal game. Yeah, there's already a week gone as well. I wanted to do a gameplay and review video on this Fenton truck this week, but just trying to get that, what's it, not bridge in the gap, oh yeah, that ferry crossing thing, and the jumbo bridge and all that, scouting that reactive zone, not reactive zone, sorry, Elvira Hills. So yeah, well, I've got one more map to scout. I'm going to get the gameplay and review video done. I want to get whatever video it is, like the mission to unlock that other scout or whatever it is in this phase. I will say it's a miss on this map that you can't fix those highway sections, so yeah, very irritating. Oh, does it not let you fix them in the end? Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. It's not the end of the world because you can drive around them, but I get what you mean just from some kind of sense of accomplishment on this game. And I saw someone else say, which, yeah, is kind of already ringing true to me, other than probably like that big jumbo bridge, because you physically need to get over that island. But this game, it's kind of each mission and contract is forcing you to drive quite a long way around the map, which is what it is, but as you fix bridges and sort of landslides and all that, it should kind of free up more options and routes, whereas it doesn't seem too much on this phase. So you're still going to end up just going like the long windy mountain routes, which it is what it is. I get what they're saying, that yeah, it's nice. It's nice as you progress through a map that you potentially open up not just different routes, but essentially easier, quicker routes, because once you've done 5-10 laps of the map, you're sort of over that. It's like, yeah, cool, I want to crank out some missions. Well, I think this one's near enough done. I don't mind that. A few of the scruffy edges. Geez, that looked a lot closer on the map. Right. Oh shit. That last minute violent swerve in the air was not part of the plan. I wish some of these trees would be killable. I'm not even sure if I've hit a killable tree in this phase yet. And it's weird, because those ones used to be. I'm sure on other maps there you can kill those ones. Like it wasn't even there. Right, try and catch up a bit on the comments. JMagdamo6, good evening, how's it going, dude? Justin Lynch, random crap channel. I haven't used mods since trying them in season 3 to 4, but yeah, I always went for original vehicles too. Yeah, like I say, it's cool to see like original unique vehicles in the game. I just can't have like 100 of them active all at the same time. The random crap channel, you should stream with a face cam. We'll see about that one day. I don't know about now though. Well, I haven't even got a camera at the minute, so I can't. It's a good excuse. Brilliant. I'm happy the game finally stopped crashing on Xbox. Oh, they fixed it at last. Yeah, that's good news. To be fair as well, I don't even believe I've had a blue screen since this phase. I sort of, it's in a good way. I haven't even thought about it because, yeah, it hasn't actually bit me as of yet. And I think, was it phase 11? I got one crash or something, but that was like pretty good too. It was, yeah, what was it? Phase 9 for me. That was the absolute beast. Right. Radar. It doesn't matter too much because the vehicle can swim. There's some there. River by choice, yeah, Brill. Yeah, that's good then. It seemed so. I'll take it stopped for like just about everyone because there was quite a few people saying on Xbox they were having issues. Brilliant. I play on Xbox and my game crashes a lot randomly. Yeah, like I say, mine used to. Smoke82, Hey Lone Wolf in chat, how's it going, dude? Thanks for joining us for the old stream. Will, it's crashed me a few times in multiplayer. I haven't been on that for years, really. Smoke82, have you tried AGL or Mr. Bush's version of the FEM? That's what this is now, the AGL version. Hence why, like, it can swim at the minute without drowning. Which is good news. So the load peaking up. Let's be honest, the load probably knows how to breathe for his fog lights by now. How the hell did I have power the entire way through there and then just randomly died at the last bit? I must have like changed the sort of the coding of the terrain because that was like night and day different by comparison there. A bit eager to go in a high range. A bit quicker. He's using the AGL Fem right now. I certainly am. Brilliant. Mine did for like 2 months, but lately it's playing perfectly. And then Skull and Bones Beta came out. I'm trying to think if I've seen a video of that or not. Is that to do with like pirates and all that sort of stuff? I did see saw a few adverts of piratey games recently, but I think one of them was like a mobile game. Random, as I remember, like, must have been 20-30 years ago, there was a game where you were on like a little pirate ship, and you could kind of go around shooting other boats with cannons. I can't remember for the life of me what it's called, I just have a very vague memory of it. I'd know the footage, for example, if I saw it, like, in an instant. But yeah, it's just one of those many games played as a kid that I just, yeah, kind of phased away. So yeah, there was a game I was on about months ago and I couldn't remember the name of it. I still can't, I think. But the guy in it was called Roscoe, and you're like a firefighting guy. And there's like these robots that try and punch you in that. When did I restore the crane? I'll turn behind us for a bit. Cooling towers or something in the background. Reminds me of the Twin Towers. We could make it through that again if more trees were killable. You can kind of smash your own path through, really, but for whatever reason, we're not a fan of them in this phase. Yeah, you see, like all these little hilly, cliffy sections. I think something like a Taiga would climb up these a lot better. I have to say, this did pretty well to get up there. Even the Zix was not liking it. I believe it is. Why do they look ridiculously massive? Massive. My grandma and granddad used to have a boat that was near some of those big, like, power station cooling tower things. And yeah, I mean they were big, but they weren't that big. As the crow flies, is that maybe the best way? I didn't even get to the bottom of the map. Oh yeah, I remember this from last time. It left like a section, I think, running all the way down like the right hand side of the map down the bottom. I don't know. As soon as I did it, my own brain said, you do know it's going to winch to the trailer. And it did. Random crap channel. I do love the AGL loaf. I certainly do as well. Couldn't agree more. Professional on steroids, he is. He's been with me through thick and thin. And he's saved my bacon a lot. Yeah, I mean, for example, that is obviously an AGL loaf. He just became one of It's like one of the main vehicles that I drive on my playthrough now. But with good reason. I am kind of speed running this a little bit. I appreciate it's a little bit on the violent, unrealistic side of things, but I'm not going to explore all 4 maps tonight. But I'm just, in general, because there's 4 maps to explore, I don't really want to hang around, and the fact that I'm kind of a week behind with the mod thing going on as well. Which, yeah, like I say, to be fair, it was because of the lack of memory on my phone, I reckon. But I still think, yeah, a code, like, fair enough, but that expires in 15 minutes is a little bit keen. I know there's that warehouse there, I'm not too bothered about uncovering that at the minute. Oh, we're over here. We're doing something like that, really. Zach B, what's up? How's it going, dude? Thank you for joining us. Brilliant. I use AGL's mods since Bart's all got deleted. Oh, have they? I've still got some of, like, they come up saying some of his mods, but I've not turned them on for a good old while, so yeah, I don't know if they are working properly or what's going on. Which again, his mods, yeah, were also very nice and very well done. I just think, I mean, as well to a degree, some of the mods, it's like the truck pack, for example. I've got that, and yeah, that's like a very good pack, but the amount of trucks I have to scroll through in the truck store, sometimes it can take me like 5 minutes to find a truck, which I don't mind normally, but when I'm on a live stream, sort of, yeah, feels like I'm wasting everyone's time kind of scrolling through trucks. So, as well, to a degree, I only turn mods on that I either know I'm going to use, or I've had on recently and I just don't want the vehicles to get deleted off the map. But yeah, Bartelby's mods, he had some good ones. Close enough. Truth Lies, hey Wolf from chat, how's it going, dude? Good to have you join us. Mark Rowe, hey Truth. Rebel White Choice, I still have Bartelby's mods. Yeah, I was going to say, I was scrolling through earlier, and I've not turned any of them on for ages, so I don't know if like there'll be an error or something once I do. I'll just do a check one thing. That's good. He's been trained for this. Unfortunately, the fem hasn't. Can you winch to something? What's it doing? Oh, is it? Oh, it's winched to a stupid, you know, like a bush that just pops out of the ground. But it's one of the, they never go away afterwards, after it's popped out of the ground. So then it just lays in front of your truck and you keep firing a winch out and it just keeps grabbing the already dead twiglet that's doing nothing. Bad way. Trying to disguise himself as OG like. Fucking prioritise vehicles? Not even prioritise. Can it just do everything equally? So the thing that you're most aiming at is what gets clicked on. Even that would be enough. How do you Lone Wolf? Saturday night is here already. Good to see you. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in. And it is, yeah, this week is it all seems like it's flying by. What are we already? What was it? The 10th of February. Like by the end of this month, we're already a sixth of this year gone. Well, it should be a. I don't know if exciting is the right word, but it's 2024. It's American election year. So, brace yourselves. I think we'll either try and do some new fucking corona bullshit, or there'll be a nuke going off or something. Some kind of martial law shit going on, I reckon, before the end of the year, because... well, yeah. I think we all know why. Test the old submarine capabilities out over there. There's a horn on me. Which, yeah, is a glitch. I did it on my normal videos. I've had a few of it where like engines are not making any noise on the game. The game's been known to have issues on Xbox for months, maybe even a year now. It's been good for me on PlayStation. Other than Phase 9, yeah, it's... like I say, I've had the odd one here and there, but nothing like... I don't mind it. If I get like a blue screen a week, I wouldn't even mind, but yeah, when it's multiple times like per night or anything, it's definitely not acceptable. And the amount of time it's been going on Xbox, they should, I don't know, offer everyone like a free Navistar or something. Some token of like, thanks for hanging in there whilst our game keeps breaking. Brilliant. All my Bart mods got wiped by Xbox. Yeah, that's crap, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't know that, so yeah, I wonder what the deal is with that then. I wouldn't know, but like, as a modder, would he have to... you know, like when they do an update, would he have to tweak it for both, say, PlayStation and Xbox? I know that's probably practically a bit of an unfair question to ask someone who's probably just as in the dark as me about it all. Like, I wonder if, say, he can like tweak it for PlayStation, but if he has to do it again for Xbox maybe or something. There's a bit of a cliff. You know what we do at this point. Send him a goddamn horse. The mountain high enough. I'm dying all over. Didn't get on. It was random, I heard earlier. Diana Ross obviously sang that song, yeah, Ain't No Mountain High Enough, whatever. And apparently her husband died in a mountain climbing accident. So there was a mountain high enough. Well, to kill her husband, I don't know if that's what she meant, but if she did, she nailed it. I think we can make it. Back wheel up. You don't need roads though, you've got a load. Just aiming where you want to go. I don't know what's going on, but for whatever reason it wasn't letting me steer left for quite a while then. Rebel by choice, get a PS. Yeah, that's true. If the glitches are going on Xbox and it's deleting mods. Angry Ginger Life. Hi Wolf, glad to see you're able to stream this week. Nice truck. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in, yeah, cheers for modding this truck as well. He's feeling pretty good. Well, I'm not loaf of course, but he's always feeling pretty good. Where did I leave it? Oh, there it is. Fuck it. Loaf is going solo for a minute. Bronson, howdy Mr. Lone Wolf. Rebel Choice, AGL, yeah. Brilliant, yeah. I've got PS4, I think it's upstairs, but there's just been only 1 or 2 games I wanted that needed it. Yeah, I must admit, I've, well, it was with a PS2, but I bought one a while back, yeah, just to play, what was it? Oh yeah, Aliens vs Predators, maybe. Yeah, it's such a good game. I wish they'd remake it. Or even just have it available on the PS Store would be nice. It was like Age of Empires but with aliens and humans and predators. It was a fucking great game. Look, Dave. You both know you're going to grab a tree that ain't moving. Right, hey AGL. Two flies. Rock Grinder AGL, is that a thing yet? Oh yeah, is that other vehicle that's in this game? Do you know what? After exploring this map, I could go and have a look into finding it, because, yeah, I haven't even had a go with it yet or anything. Even on my normal playthrough. The tree just got more loaf dick than I ever imagined it was going to get. Brilliant, yeah, I only got into SnowRunner because it was on Game Pass. Oh, was it? So it was like, is that sort of free to play? How does Game Pass work? Is that on the Xbox? I think I've sort of heard of it. I've heard it's a good thing for Xbox. Is that like where it's a lot of the older titles? Because I've got something like that on PlayStation, but I don't know how they'd compare. But personally, I think the one on PlayStation is just pretty crap in the sense of it has nowhere near, like, even remotely close to the amount of games it should have from, yeah, like, you know, PS1, PS2, all that sort of stuff. Since there is a garage there, in fact, let's jump back to the fembot, wherever it is. Ginger Life, hi folks. Yeah, it's good to have you popping in. Just an inch. By the way, any of you all here that Series X might be the last Xbox? Rumours are they are saying Xbox exclusives could even be coming to PlayStation. Do you know what, funnily, I did hear something the other week about it, but other than that, like, it just kind of rings a very vague bell, but yeah. I did hear something about it, it could be the last one. I mean, I assume at some point in the future, seeing as like Xbox is Microsoft, wouldn't console and PC just eventually merge to where there's no point, in theory, doing an Xbox, because they may as well just make it for PC?
aren't Xbox ones, aren't they also buying like various studios? And then they just keep kind of appropriating some of the staff into other companies and then sort of closing the studios down. Garage in the bag. I don't have a fire radar trailer off now. Should do it. That'll do. There's nothing of value there. Let's just get one off in the top corner to get that pretty much done. Get one done over there as well. I think we are done. So 2 laps down. Barriers there. Maybe you'd send it a little bit keenly. Bronson, the new Scout is fairly good. Just don't put the roof rack on with the crawler suspension. It sways all over the place. Does it? We'll give it a go. Yeah, I'll go and find it tonight. Kind of go as the crow flies, other than smashing through a load of solar panels. Good ramp though. Investigate that possibility later. Brilliant. Xbox has always been more open about playing together. Sony, on the other hand, looking at you, Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, Sony are way too like moany about cross-play and all that sort of stuff. Which, yeah, is a shame because I don't know, having the option to play with like Xbox people, it's or yeah, vice versa if you're on Xbox. And yeah, unless it's changed these days, I believe it was always the same on it, like with Call of Duty and that, where it was. It's like Xbox and that have got their own pool of players, but yeah, they never like combine them. I'd say this is pretty damn decent at climbing because I have been messing around quite a bit, sort of in between doing the videos of climbing these sort of things. And yeah, like I said, even the Zix really wasn't happy about it. And I don't think any truck really is, because the game's just a bit iffy when it comes to climbing over rocks. But yeah, considering the like length of this truck and all the rest of it, and it's only got one lot of axles at the front that are kind of trying to fight their way over, it's definitely isn't bad. Normal in-game one went this fast, I'd be a lot happier. I knew it wasn't going to break, but I did hit that tree on purpose just because I thought, right, if it's ever going to, now's the time, but sadly not. Rebel by choice. AJ, what you did to Derry 3194? It's still on there, I think, isn't it? I believe I scrolled past it when I was turning my mods on earlier. Ginger Life, thank you. Yeah, if that's about this truck, yeah, it is. It's feeling very nice, like. As I said, even the articulation, you can see it there. It tries to yank itself over to either side, but it springs back, which is what the normal one doesn't do. So you end up stuck on an angle. At least this one will fire back to the middle pretty quickly. Truth lies, Femmax has non-articulation. Yeah, I'd heard about that. Is there like 3 versions on there or something? So that'll get that one done. Will Holden Harrison. Oh no, it's the Angry Gingerbread Man run. Jamie Bastian. Hi AGL. The new Fem mod is great. Thanks for another great mod.
AGL, thank you. Yeah, it's another one in the bag. Oh yeah, I said as well, AGL, I finally remembered to get your trailer mod pack thing. So I have that on now. Unfortunately, there seems to be a distinct lack of trailer stores at the minute. Right, well, we'll call that one scanned. It's as near as that makes no difference. Plus, in the future, I'll just put radar bobblehead things in trucks, so obviously this lasts a little bit. There's the rest of that factory, but other than that, there's pretty much nothing going on. Right. Next question is, what's the name of the that other vehicle in the game? Is it going to be in these ones? For some reason on this set of contracts, every time you say click on a contract and then go back out, it makes you go back to the top of the list. Which is only a small difference, but it's a pain in the arse. And then if you just click on the top one, it closes the menu. Like there. I'm not too sure. I can't really be honest. Scrolling through 100 different contracts. So yeah, they should put like little markers next to them or something for stuff that unlocks, or maybe if you just scroll down the contracts, you know, it can bring up like something of the mission without having to click on it. Otherwise, it just takes forever to keep clicking in and out of every contract. So I suppose I may as well. I was going to drive this over, but I'm going to go back to the first map. I may as well just load it up. Truth lies, SnowRunner works fine for me now on Xbox Series. That's good then, at least they have finally fixed it. Yeah, I'm on Series X. Brilliant, yeah. Skull and Bones, Ubisoft's big title pirate game. Not Sea of Thieves, closer to Assassin's Creed style. I don't think I've played Assassin's Creed before. I may have played like a little bit on it, certainly not like properly. But it does sound pretty good. Is it like if you can just pretty much build your own big fat pirate ship and go around shooting everyone? That sounds right up my alley. Funnily enough, when I updated my phone the other day, as it freed up, like it deleted whatever was hogging 10 gigabytes of memory on my phone as well, I re-downloaded that World of Warships, which I'd deleted to make a bit of room on my phone. Yeah. I only had one go on it, but I won. And it was nice. Again, it's not a game, I don't play it very often. Every now and then I go on, have like one quick game. One day I'll have that what is it, the Yamato or whatever. The big Japanese battleship. But yeah, I think they should have more games that are just some kind of like open world, but yeah, like if you are literally just flying around everywhere in a pirate ship, robbing everyone else's pirate ships.
Funny you mentioned Sea of Thieves. I just finished all the in-game accommodations for A Pirate's Life for me Tall Tale.
Ooh. The loaf is a bit high there. Gives them crow's nest.
Jane Bastian, loaf training, and that's how the loaf trains a femme.
Exactly. You've got to learn. So crane. Oh, in fact, the crane is definitely better. It's a little roll cage. I'm getting out of that one. Yeah, shit, I probably should have gone and rescued that femme while I was on there, but I suppose it doesn't really matter if we've got the mod versions. What I probably should do is jumbo bridge one. Oh, shit, and that's over on that bloody map as well, isn't it? Well, at least we can submarine across there afterwards. I know it'll go like this then, actually. Where is the trailer saw on there? Oh, yeah, it's down there.
Well, to be honest, the commendations were easy, then were hard.
Is that an Assassin's Creed game then? Yes, Sea of Thieves. I don't know. Again, there was some mobile game that advertised to me recently, but I wasn't really paying attention to it. It attempted
To do so, Will Holden Harrison, A Pirate's Life featuring Jack Sparrow, eardrums. I mean,
Mr. Lone Wolf. He is Mr. Lone Wolf.
If Loaf had a pirate ship, he would be the captain of the seas. Bryce Pearl Gaming. Hi, Mr. Lone Wolf, how are you? I'm not too bad, thank you. How are you? Jim Bastian, Truth Lies. It's so strange about the Xbox. I haven't had any issues with mine at all.
It's weird, like I say, when I was having all the issues with Phase 9, yeah, there was other people with PlayStations that messaged me saying the same thing, like it's doing it to them, but there was also plenty of people that had, yeah, PlayStation Pro. I don't know if it makes any difference, but yeah, and they weren't having it happen. It just seems to be one of those annoying things, like when it's your turn, but there doesn't seem to be much like rhyme or reason as to why it's somebody's turn and not someone else's.
Hey, AGM. Right, some news from SnowRunner Discord. There is a hotfix update coming sometime before the end of this month.
Fair enough, yeah, cheers for letting us know. Hopefully that's like the engine noises for one. Which I don't really, in and of itself, it's not the end of the world if the engine isn't making a noise, but particularly if I'm making a video, it does suddenly, everything feels like very quiet and you're just kind of silently floating along. That'd be what electric vehicles are like. Have you seen the scam going on now? I knew this years ago, by the way, but it's funny that they finally admitted it now. In London, or I think it is, or they're trialling it now, it'll probably happen everywhere. People with electric vehicles are now going to charge a ridiculous amount in tax because some kind of like, what did they call it? It was like long-term pollution or something. So what they're basically saying is like they hinted to everyone, get an electric vehicle or we'll charge you to drive around London or whatever. But because of low emissions, if you get an electric vehicle you can drive around for free, which is ridiculous. It's like, yeah, of course I can drive around for free, whether my fucking car smokes like a coal roller or an electric vehicle. But so loads of people got an electric vehicle, And then yeah, now they're saying, oh, because of the like impact on the environment, long term from the batteries, they're now going to charge them shitloads of tax. So yeah, a lot of people just got scammed really. The thing is, they did it years ago with diesel as well. They were trying to say to everyone, yeah, get diesel cars, you can get this money off and that money off, and diesel was cheap as fuck. And then everyone bought diesel cars, and then they hiked the price of diesel right up. And yeah. Which, yeah, for what it's worth, I haven't got anything against electric vehicles. Other than, like, they don't make a good noise. That's about it. That's, like, as a petrol head, I do like the sound of an internal combustion engine. Yeah, speed-wise and all the rest of it, I'd like to have a go in an electric vehicle, like do launch mode or whatever on a Tesla. It'd be interesting to see what that's like. But yeah, imagine like 50 years from now, if just everything's driving around, it sounds like a Jetsons car. I don't know if I'll like it. I don't know which way I chose to go or why I chose to go this way particularly. Oh, again, if there's more killable trees, you just kind of go in a straight line and knock them over. I reckon this truck's heavy enough to do it, but control of the game. Curiosity, where the hell am I? Right. Let's head that way. To be fair, that's one area where I say though, the articulation probably would help a little bit. Is when you are weaving through trees like this, and I would say this is more with the AGL's version, because the in-game version, like, hasn't got the strength, but oh, there's a load to squeeze out of that one. Say like when you're driving through and you hit a tree, normally if you've got normal steering, you've got to say reverse and all the rest of it, and sometimes you might bump into the tree and it skids you back in around a bit and you kind of wedge between two trees. The fact that when you turn on this, the actual front of the vehicle is physically going left and right. Sometimes when you get stuck on a tree, just by turning it, like physically rotates the cab and sort of gets you around the tree, which, yeah, I mean, it's a bit situational, but nonetheless, it does happen. I got out of a few forests with the articulation helping out a bit. Brilliant, I can't play C, it's first person. S&B is not so happy. First person, yeah, true, I'd rather like, yeah, like a third person view, I suppose, like if this was my pirate ship. I'll have to go on YouTube later or something and have a look at some footage. But yeah, I think there's obviously a lot of games, they have to have like a reason for being the game, but I could quite happily have like, there's loads of open world game scenarios where you could just go around doing your own thing. You wouldn't even need any particular direction or meaning behind the game. I suppose a good example really is like, say Elder Scrolls Oblivion and that. Obviously there's like missions, but really it's just an excuse for the game to exist. And then yeah, went around looting everybody. It's very enjoyable. Yeah, sorry, in the end I probably shouldn't have recovered from this map. I know I've got a trailer now, but I should have just started the Jumbo Bridge mission from that map. Gone and grabbed 4 lots of fuel. Bryce Pearl Gaming, AGL is the FEM available for Nintendo Switch. Will, fair. Shane Bastion, Mark Rowe, what is the update for? I assume it's just going to be like little tweaks and probably bugs for the most part.
AGL Switch is pending devs. Right, don't know exact details, but there's an issue with the Jack of all trades tyres DLC. Also, no engine sounds on the PS5 version. Oh, so they got that permanently. Jay, is that Chacon YouTube? Why the hate to that car? Why the hate? Which car? Sorry. Will Holden Harrison. Fuel, how much? Bronson, the water is deep on these maps. Yeah, they do go pretty deep. That's what she said. Having a submarine truck definitely helps a lot. Or if all else fails, the loaf will float his way across. But yeah, there certainly is. Some phases have got like rivers, but the taller vehicles in the game can just about keep the top of their cab out of the water so you can actually cross them. But for the most part, I haven't really found a river yet that is very agreeable to it. Gaming AGL, I have some of your mods. Brilliant Game Pass is a monthly fee, and you get some of the games for free. Yeah, fair enough. So kind of similar to how the PlayStation works. Then I believe I've got what's it called, like PlayStation Plus, but then I think they've sort of restructured it recently-ish, probably a good few months ago now. And yeah, I've got like, I assume the most basic one, and then I can upgrade it to premium and something else. And for the most part, there doesn't seem much in it other than one of them you get like what's called the Classics catalogue. Yeah, so it's got like all the older PlayStation titles on it. But well, yeah, I say all, like it's not even close. There's loads of games. Every time I think of a game and go on the PlayStation Store to have a look, it's never in there. And like for example, they've got if anyone remembers the games like Resistance. I believe that was like the game that they sort of released when the PS3 came out. That was like one of their main, I believe, like a PlayStation exclusive. And then they eventually did Resistance 2 and Resistance 3. And I'm pretty sure if you go on the Classics catalogue on PlayStation, they've got Resistance 2 and 3, but not the original, which is pretty ridiculous, because one, the original was a very good game, and two, obviously it all in theory kind of like follows a story, like you're the same character throughout all three of them. And like the original Resistance game is more like when an alien invasion happens. I believe the second and third game are like a little bit more into it, kind of like a year or two after they've invaded or whatever. And yeah, I think the reason why they're kind of hesitant to do it is because obviously if there's loads of old games available, there's more, I don't know, distractions for people from buying like a brand new game, but still pretty yeah, I don't know, it's kind of like we're gonna do what we're gonna do. You should just make them all available and take the hit, so to speak. There's not really much of a hit to take if there's loads of people just buying up like loads of old titles that they remember playing 20 years ago or whatever. Yeah, Bronson, any word on whether or not this is the last season for SnowRunner? Yeah, no, it was Truth Lies and Mark Rose says, yeah, there's a year 4. If you go into, on my versions, like PlayStation Store, you can actually already order, like pre-order the season 4. There's also like a version that you can buy season 1, 2, 3 and 4 that was about 80 quid. Yeah, for me, Phase 4 was 20 quid, which is, I believe, what all the other ones have been as well. So yeah, that's definitely confirmed. It's already, yeah, in the PlayStation Store. Rebel by choice, already got year 4 on order. Yeah, do you know what, I need to as well, actually. PS4 pass available in the PS Store? Certainly is. Darshan S. Greetings, Wolf. They've been making all the maps easier and easier since Season 8. What's your thoughts? Should they continue this trend or give us a challenging map in between?
I'd like a little bit more variety. In an ideal world, say like this phase that's got 4 maps, I'd quite like it if there was one that's pretty damn easy, one that's probably got like a little bit of a mix, or at least the options, so you can sort of go the awkward routes. I'll just take 6, because if I lose 2, then they can go and fuck themselves and stay lost. Yeah, like, I like a difficult map, but you know when, say if there's an entire phase of difficult maps, for example, sometimes you just want, yeah, a bit of an easy one just to go floating around and sort of not really have to keep fighting for every metre of distance on the game. Yeah, overall, I mean, I know what you say, like with Phase 8, the farming one, felt pretty easy just because I suppose being like, farming being the theme, you're naturally going to have like flatter lands. And yeah, it got a little bit sort of samey after a while. With these maps, so far, I don't really find them easy, but they've sort of not been difficult. They've just been, I don't know, I'm still kind of in the exploring stage at the minute, and I've got 3 maps done. I know I've done some missions and that. Yeah, like the first map, for example. I don't think you could just say like it's, or I don't think it's like easy, but then there is various bits of highway road once you've got it all uncovered and you can plan your route a bit better. There's definitely some pretty relaxed ways to go travelling around there. But I don't know, other than making like the map just so insanely like rocky and bumpy and twisty and all the rest of it, if you're driving along like now, it's kind of easy on the muddy maps. If anything, if they did say snowy maps, that kind of like, I could be driving down a snowy road now, but then if I veer off to the right, I'll be now driving through like a snowdrift essentially, whereas at the minute I'm just driving along like a nice grassy field really. So yeah, maybe the snowy maps are they need to bring a few more of them back. But yeah, to a degree, like I say, I like sort of the options, so I like having rough routes and all the rest of it if I'm using like the best trucks in the game. But yeah, every now and then I might use a bit of a weaker truck or whatever, and even if it's a longer way round, like Black River's a very good example of it, where you can actually go like a different route with just not every vehicle in the game, but say every genre of vehicle. So you've got like highway vehicles can still travel around Black River, but they might have to keep going like the long way sort of along the map, up the left hand side and all the rest of it. But then if you've got the best vehicles in the game, they can now cross rivers on Black River, which there is places that go too deep and you will drown the truck, but there's certainly loads of places where you can actually like legitimately cross the river and sort of cut out going around the long way. So yeah, I like maps like that where there's a bit of a mixture, and I think Black River actually nailed it pretty well with that sort of thing. But some of these maps might be close as well, because obviously as I've been exploring them I've been going on some awkward routes, but yeah, as I'm uncovering them more, there's enough sections of highway that you can move around the map, like, yeah, sort of, or not move around the whole map, but you can probably get from like the north to the south of the map. The other handy thing is these rail tracks. In fact, if we look, for example, I'm at the top, I could follow them effectively all the way down, yeah, to there, and then at that point I could just cross over here to that gateway. So if you wanted to go from like, if you had to go from that gateway to where I've just said, yeah, the train tracks in theory, I know it's a bit of a, well, it's not really a cheat. I mean, in real life, if you're in the middle of nowhere and it was all, you know, like this terrain, and then you just saw train tracks running right down with a nice flat straight line, you'd I'm sure it's not the first time trucks have ended up borrowing the train tracks like that. I know I certainly would be. You have to fucking do it, train.
reach the trailer. Probably not. I'm to check around for one and see if that helps. Doing crane. Fuck. I'm not moving. I might have done a loop. This crane isn't listening to about 75% of the inputs I'm doing. Working alright the first time. It's going really mental. See, like, there's no one at SnowRunner played this game and attempted to load cargo and just gone, yeah, do you know what? Let's make a slightly longer crane or something. Why is it not swinging it? Swinging pretty well a minute ago. It just keeps slowing down like it's a kite. It's all the little fiddly bits like that slow this game down. Like an absolute fucking beast. But not like the fiddly bits that you want them to be. Like if it was a rescue, it's not to do with the rescue, it's like the weakness of the crane or the winches are like weak or yeah, something that's like not strictly the issue. Like if you crash it, it's that sort of game and you crashed and yeah, you're going to do a rescue, but it's never like, the game always finds 10 different ways to make it an awkward bastard. And it's them sort of things that I think they need to kind of polish the game up a little bit. Or you get like, yeah, you know, after a while the winch will just randomly stop working and won't let you winch to the vehicle that you were previously winched to, like, seconds prior. Right, having two of them. Stop messing around trying to get all four back in there. It's funny, I was watching something the other day, it might have been like a fail compilation thing or something, with trucks and all that, but yeah, funnily enough, there was loads of trucks on there that had cranes like this, that were lifting, I mean, one guy, admittedly, was ridiculously ambitious. See that rock there? He was lifting a rock like the size of the loaf, with a crane like this, which proved my point, though, that these cranes can lift more weight than this game implies. But yeah, he lifted it, kind of swung it onto the flatbed of his truck, but then it slid straight off the other side and pulled his whole truck down the mountain. I don't know if he was in it or not. Which, yeah, if you saw the video, it's like, how in God's name? For a start, I'm genuinely impressed that he lifted a rock that big with a crane. Like, I don't even think he has a clue how heavy that rock. It was probably like, it's got to be a 10-15 ton rock. You can see from when it lands on his truck, and now it just rips his truck down the mountain like it's a little toy. Like, that was some seriously fucking heavy rock. But yeah, whoever manufactured that crane. But yeah, just randomly, there was like loads of truck fails, but as I said, there was loads of them with cranes like this. And they can lift all sorts of shit. And well, yeah, when I was doing landscaping, we used to have loads of trucks like, in fact, apart from the articulation, that actually look a lot like this Fem truck. That would have like the a big long sideboard and a high ab crane like that. Drop ton bags of sand off and all sorts of shit, whatever we were up to. Jamie Bastian, I'm glad they have a year 4. It gives the devs another year to work on the next phase, whether that is SnowRunner 2 or Expeditions 2 or whatever. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know, but yeah, I've sort of got a feeling Season 4 might be the last one. But yeah, I thought the exact same thing, that it essentially buys them a year to get on with SnowRunner 2, and if that Expeditions game, I doubt they'd be that quick onto the second Expeditions game if that's only just coming out. But if they've got that game running, the Season 4 running, and then yeah, it would be nice if they started making a SnowRunner 2 that say then release like roughly this time next year, after Season 4's kind of all been and done. It'd work out pretty nicely. It's the frame rate absolutely just nailed on them. Obviously the truck doesn't like the swamp too much, but yeah, that wasn't on the truck. It's more like when the frame rate does that, I've said it before, it like kills all your momentum. It's not just like frame rate, it's almost like it's stuttering the actual truck in the game as well. And yeah, it does bleed all your speed and everything quite quickly when it does that. Which I have had a few frame rate things going on in this game. Thankfully not like consistently. Phase 2 was a nightmare because it was just doing it pretty much all the time. Yeah, I have had sections though. I mean, that is a good example, pretty much like that. Say driving into a swamp and it just goes really sort of laggy and stuttery on the frame rate, just for sort of 10-15 seconds, and then it kind of calms down again. Yeah, shit, I've got a trailer. Well, it doesn't really matter, I'm still Winchester generator trailer, but so in theory I could get the loaf out of the trailer, put the cargo in there. Loaf does look pretty happy where he is. That right, do you know anything about the Jack of all tread thing? Bronson, it kind of ticks me off that the trailer stores are so far from the garages on these maps. Yeah, I agree, I think that's a bit of a mistake, because you're right, it just ends up, it's not really like, it doesn't feel like part of the game to be like, oh right, first part of my mission, I'm going to drive down here and get a trailer. You sort of, yeah, and in real life, no one's going to set a trailer store up in the middle of fucking nowhere and not set one up in the garage full of trucks. So yeah, I can't really see a situation where it'd even be like that in real life anyway. And yeah, so far I'm 3 maps in, and at least there's garages on 2 of the maps, but I believe the Aviro Hills, there wasn't a garage or a trailer store. So unless Flatlands has got one or both, and whether they're located in a kind of decent location. But yeah, more than anything, it's like if you're going to do, say, 50 missions or whatever on this map, chances are, if you're going to start from the garage every time, near enough every single mission is going to involve first step drive down to the trailer store. So it's the same route every single time, and yeah, it does get a little bit long after a while. Alright. Oh shit, like that. Could do it unpacking the cargo. It's too far away. Put these at the bottom. It's the options we use more than anything. Always have to scroll back to the bottom. I didn't winch to the side of the trailer, but apparently I did.
Rebel, there's some glitch that people who don't have the Jack of all trades DLC.
Oh, is there?
Robert Lozier, evenings, love the whale hunting and assassins. Need to see video play of those scenarios and the occasional rogue waves. See sick much?
Yeah, it's the sort of game I'll have to check that out, to be honest, because I've heard of Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed is one of those sort of titles on the list of ones I want to get around to playing eventually. It was one of those games back in the day. It was like, yeah, again, kind of on my list. I just only had a finite amount of either money or, say, you know, saying to everyone, can I get a game for my birthday or whatever it is. Yeah, so it was just one of them I kind of never got round to, but not because I didn't want to. And yeah, I can't remember who it was. There must have been a mate of mine who had it, because I believe I've played it like a little bit. I don't know which game, not the piratey one or whatever. Skid itself around, it was thinking a minute. Thankfully the articulation, I've said it before, is quite sort of deep on this truck, so it actually can swing its way around pretty nicely. Daytime again. Just a minute. Jane Bastion, I don't think 9, 10 and 12 is easier than 8. No, true, I certainly wouldn't say there. I'd say 8's pretty easy in the sense of, like, yeah, because it's quite flat farmland. Although there was a hell of a lot of missions and contracts on them as well. 9, yeah. Yeah, 9 wasn't, I suppose, especially difficult. In theory, although like I said, I had a lot of crashing going on with mine, which did make it a bit more difficult. Yeah, number 10, I'd say, again, yeah, probably wasn't easy, but I wouldn't say it was like majorly difficult. I think the last like really difficult phase was probably phase 4, I think. Like the Amur region or whatever was, yeah, it was definitely taking no prisoners between like northern Aegis installation. Funny enough, I heard someone pronounce that Aegis the other day. I think it was pronounced Aegis after all that. It's the name of a missile. Which makes sense, because that northern Aegis installation, there is like a missile thing going on there. Yeah, the generator trailer floats. That's particularly valuable information, but it's nice to know. Worked out pretty nicely. Make all trucks submarines and drive them around rivers. Imagine that, sounds crazy though. Free up a lot of traffic on the roads. All the lorries are just driving around underwater. You see, again, like climbing there is probably going to get beach now, which is like, just is what it is because it's got a long chassis, but the fact that the front end even got up there. help. Just start the winch at 12 o'clock. Can't be that difficult. It's the question, if it doesn't start the winch at 12 o'clock, what I would like to know is what does the coding tell the game to do? Like when you ask for a winch, how does the game decide where it starts it? Or does it just spin a fucking roulette wheel and go, yep, start there? Doesn't really seem to follow any pattern. Sometimes it's in front of you. Sometimes it could just randomly be over there on a tree 99 meters away. For, yeah, what appears to be no apparent reason. Yes, I'll take it it's those bridges that you can never, like, repair. Which, if so, is definitely pretty stupid. It's a bit of an oversight on a game where you go off-roading around and fix bridges and everything. Just seeing them on the thumbnail, I kind of immediately assumed that was going to be one of our main objectives, was to, like, repair all those roads. Right, high gear. I want to see this boat. We need to know. Well, I need to know at least. Justin Lynch, but nice catching up. See you, Wolf. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in though, and enjoy the rest of your night. Brilliant. I'm just playing the free beta for Skull and Bones this weekend, just to see what it's like. Yeah, again, I'll have to type in like a YouTube video and see what it's all about. It does a hexagon when I honk the horn. Let's go on and fish away. I've been fishing for fucking ages. Reaper 710, if you get the no engine sounds on PS5, just switch your vehicles and then switch back. I've heard that helps. It did for me. In the end though, it wouldn't work when I switched to a vehicle on the same map and switch back. So I had to switch to a vehicle on a different map and basically make it go through 2 loading screens. But if it does happen to you, yeah, it's probably worth switching to another vehicle on the map just to see. It might sort it out. It seems pretty kind of frivolous as to when it starts in the first place, so yeah, it might be something like you might get away with just switching vehicles and it fixes itself pretty easily. But worst case, yeah, I just loaded across maps and at least it did sort it out in the end. Gearbox. What's this thing moving? Overcooked it. I think Loaf knows that. It's back to his wheels. Right. What do we got next? May as well just start chipping through some of these. Reactive zone. Where does it suppose I get the water from? Let's go and check it out, like. I haven't been a water one since about phase 9, I think it was. Victory horn. I probably should have just stayed on this map. Seemed to have spent more time on this one in the end anyway. Bronson, I did the first 2 contracts that opened the power plant on reactive zone today. Lots of cargo. Is that, yeah, I think it was Kenneth Russ that was told me as well, which I appreciate. Again, in fact, you know what? I might be able to reply to some more comments now. Now I've updated my phone, it might not crash as much, so yeah, I might actually be able to catch up with some comments. It's funny actually, because I've not been on my phone a lot for the last few months because it was just freezing up. Now that I've like updated in that the last few days, I've not even been on it that much. That I'm now kind of in the pattern of not really using it much, but I'll soon soon change that. Bronson, I'd rather carry cargo with a scout than that goddamn ramp flatbed. Yeah, true, I agree. It's a pain in the arse. It's just ridiculously handy as a trailer, but yeah, it's if there was another option, like they should add really another option of four slot flatbed as such or whatever. A bit like the 2 slot has got 2 versions, and the one that's got the double dolly axle makes it a lot better because one, there's just more weight to the vehicle because it's got the double dolly axle, but that as well, like if the dolly axle ended up getting rotated 90 degrees, there's still a square platform of wheels under the front of it, whereas with just a normal ramp flatbed there's only 2, and it kind of encourages the trailer to seesaw and tip over. The real Kestrel, greetings from Canada as usual, Wolf. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in as well. Time they'll do. Save scrolling through the menu. Don't know if it really matters. Should do it. Right choice. We'll check out the AGL Derry 3194. I'll go and have a look in a sec. I can't remember if I turned the mod on or not. But funnily enough, I do remember specifically reading that mod when I was scrolling through them. I just can't remember if I clicked on or not. But I will. I'll have a look in a sec. Used to just get the middle of the trucks. I don't know why they changed it in the last few months. And yeah, the winch always just wants to go to like one of the side winches, whereas it always used to like prioritise the top. It's not this crane specifically, it's just like the game's ignoring half the fucking controller inputs I keep putting in. Like it just wasn't lifting the crane then, it's weird. I don't know what is going on. Yeah, so there's some weird like hitbox in it. too bad then. Go through here. Saving cogs, locking the screen up as well. Oh yeah, I'll just have a quick look if I even do have that. The dairy. $3194. So I like the tyres on it. They suit it pretty well. And obviously it appears the is made like that liftable axle, just a proper axle. And it's nice, it'll be one of those trucks you can actually have, even though it's only one sort of cargo, but where was it? Did I not just have the... Oh, I thought I just had the sideboard and the saddle. Oh, so it won't let you, it'll change it to a crane. I don't know, I can go for a little drive in it in a bit. I'll get this water mission done.
Have you tried driving around the beach? Lead to one of the bridges that you had to build to get the upgrade part. Dragon Reaper King. Have you tried driving around the beach to the one bridge that you had to build to get the upgrade part?
Do you mean that bridge? Driving around the beach? Do you mean like on this beach? Or this sort of one on the outside? Yeah, I've not been there obviously on this playthrough. On my normal playthrough, well, I built that bridge now, but originally I took a loaf, I think it was, swam him over the river there, and then kind of went round and got that upgrade.
Jamie Bastion, the only dairy special worth using.
That's true, I do like, yeah, this one, AGL's version. The normal dairy, as much as I want to like it, just drives me mad. Yeah, it's got like a lack of low end torque, it doesn't really build up much speed, catches its chin on everything, only has to clip a snail shell, and it runs out of momentum and stops and you have to wind through the gears again, and yeah, I don't know why, it's a shame, because like, it's not completely unusable, but it definitely, it could be better, could do with a bit of a tweak. How fast I want fire engines to be going, to be fair. Seeing Tokyo drifting around the corner with a loaf on the roof, you know you're getting saved. Quite random, but a mate of mine used to be a fireman, and he left it in the end, but he was saying while he was a fireman, like, obviously every now and then they'd get called to a house fire, but he said the majority of the things they'd get called to is stuff like road traffic accidents, as they call them, yeah, and having to like cut people out of cars and stuff. And then he just said the amount of like dead, mangled people he's seen from attending car crashes, like that's what sort of put him off firefighting, is just said, yeah, I don't really spend much time actually running into burning buildings. It's like, yeah, usually some pretty messed up car crashes. if it's even remotely the correct way. I'm assuming probably not. Turning circle. It's funny though, because driving this vehicle, again, that fun, like the AGL version, yeah, the articulation's very nice and all the rest of it, but you know, just now driving a vehicle that isn't articulated at all, it just has normal steering. It does feel nicer. Like inherently a better option. The railway going right past your factory and not even any way to access the factory from the rail tracks. Like that. It's got a bit of rear steer as well, which is nice. Swing that back in around. Rubber tolls. I haven't played any SnowRunner game in a minute. This map looks good. Probably be a while before I get onto it though. Yeah, there's quite a lot to do on these maps and phases, I would say. There appears to be quite a lot of contracts. Trailer there for what it's worth. Not that I care, but if they've left that trailer there on the assumption that we would come here and get that trailer and deliver water with it, it's all good except for the part where they didn't tell us there's a trailer there until you get there. Truck. Is it ridiculously good version of Darren? I was going to say I really don't think I'm going the right way wherever I'm going. I don't recognise it. It's never a good start. Maybe I'll just cut across that way though. We'll see. This one is submarine capable right now, but short one to start. There's something that would randomly be quite handy on this game. You know, if you just pressed like left on the D-pad and it deleted the next waypoint. So you know, if I'd missed this one, and you can just hit left on the D-pad, yeah, and it just delete it and move on to the next one. That would be a very handy feature in this game. I think the last time I left off, I just moved my garage to the British Columbia area. I'm trying to... which phase was that? I'm not too sure which one that was. To be somebody's mum's dildo, sticking down the trees. I might hit it, like it gravitationally pulling me towards it. That's mad. as well, for what it's worth, I was thinking this the other day. You know, like when you pan in the camera around like this, you know how it makes the leaves sort of invisible, like ish, there, translucent. You know, if they just made it so it just made them disappear. So as you pan the camera around, you can actually, because obviously in like this situation it's not too bad, but when you're actually in the middle of a dense forest and the best view you can get is like this, it's a bit awkward. If they made it like so the trees go completely invisible, I think that'd be quite handy as well. Rebel by choice, 10, phase 10. Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it? Like Duncan Bay and that. Wasn't that the one? Was that phase 11? I have to look myself now. Oh yeah, do you know what? I didn't even realise. I could have just looked on here. Oh yeah, British Columbia. Yeah, Duncan Bay. What was phase 11 then? Oh yeah. I had no clue. Yeah, I must admit I had no clue. I don't really remember the name of phases too well. For the most part, anyway. Some of them kind of stick in my head, but yeah, it was a good phase that though. The Duncan Bay particularly was a very nice map. Look at a farm like this in the middle of nowhere. Water now, that one's got a little blue tanks next to the barn. Where that is. Oh, did I drive past the second one? Star Spangled Banner's out. Some drift with Africa. Shit. Landed in a tree, as usual. Lopez found his way back to his wheels. He has a tendency to do. I think I drifted into a tree before then. See, in real life, what would you do in this situation? Like, if you have to ring your boss up? Like, yeah, I've drifted into a tree. By into it, I mean into it. Me and the tree are at one with each other. I know it's harsh, but that's where I'd just be tempted to ring the boss and quit. And be like, look. Yeah, your truck's in a tree. Here's my official 5-minute notice. In there pretty good. The loaf buried himself in the ground. I mean, look at him. He could be a farmer. He's ploughing that well. That's like going to some kind of World War I trench. But yeah, clearly we are pretty stuck. And then he just pops out the ground, and then the loaf is magic, I'm telling you. It's a loaf. jump on the back of the truck then. I've done it before. I managed to get a local flick up into a sideboard.
Aimed those boxes, but maybe a tree. It's like training. Now it knows.
I hate it when you do that. You keep clicking like it. I believe I completed the mission, but I just kind of instantly clicked off it. Doing that one. Why don't I just see? Pipeline Bay. Yeah, that's the first map in it. Oh, there's a watchtower there as well. I didn't get. Is it just me? I just heard a phone go off, but it wasn't mine. But I just heard it in the headset, like. I heard it pretty clearly as well. That was weird. Is it not only me? Did anyone else just hear a phone go like, do that noise where it gets a message or whatever it's doing? Yeah, pretty. It wasn't my phone. But if it ain't mine, whose else could it be? What am I doing? Do you know what? I'm just going to recover. Derek Llewellyn, hey Mr. Lone Wolf, how's it going, dude? Good to have you join us for the old stream. First one as well, yeah, phase 12. Rob Tobbs, oh, I do not miss being stuck in a tree. That is true. To be fair, that was a new one on me. Well, certainly the way I entered the tree. Bronson, nope. Rob Tobbs, no, make sure your windows are locked. That is true. It's finding that time, it's because I said it's an American election year. That's it. Be Hillary Clinton hiding behind me fucking sofa, ready to help me commit suicide. In fact, I'll pick a mission first and then figure out what truck I'm going to use. Oh yeah, we're doing that. What's it called? Was it in these ones, isn't it? Vice-like grip. Oh yeah, so I may as well just take a generator trailer there because it's going to have to happen at some point. Then deliver there, which is that truck. Then deliver there. Oh, the trailer that it has. Why have I got to deliver both the trailer and the thing separately? Oh, to top it off, they're on opposite sides of the fucking ferry thing. So in theory, it would make a lot of sense to do this mission or contract after you've done the 3 you need to unlock this gateway. Because otherwise you're going to have to bring one of the vehicles down here and then go all the way round. Whereas otherwise you could just, yeah, drive down here, deliver it, gateway across. So I still think I'll do that one later, that vice-like grip or whatever. But yeah, I might quickly try and get these ones in the bag. Oh yes, that was delivering that. For cement, Fem truck can do that. Yeah, so for now I just need to go and get that Cat 770G trailer, so I need something with a saddle low. Oh, do you know what, in fact, if this has a saddle low, why not? So I'll leave those tyres on just because I like the look of them. Solid. I'll leave the crane on actually. That one's got more supplies with it. Pretty nice. It's more how it should drive. Rubber by choice, low saddle. Oh, did I put a high one on? I don't know if I did or not. I'm gonna have to recover and check while we're near. Oh no, we have got a low one on. It's worth checking though. Doing really well, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. Just about getting there. Jane Bastian, I went back and could hear one. Damn ghosts. Yeah, it's weird. It was very clear. Like, yeah, I heard it very clearly in my headset, and well, that's the weird thing. I heard it in my headset, which in theory means it came from the game, but yeah, I don't know how. I've never heard one do that before in the game. But yeah, cheers for going back and looking, so I'm not going insane. Hopefully it's a little bit less awkward to get this trailer where it needs to go. It's not really going to be the truck's fault, it's just this trailer's a bit of an awkward sob. Of course it does. I wish they made this dairy a little bit more punchy. It doesn't necessarily have to be like this punchy, but yeah, it's one of those trucks I'd like to use more, but it doesn't have the most options as a standard truck. And the dolly axle can get in the way here, there and everywhere, but yeah, it's one I'd like to use. A suit towing this sort of trailer, and a Cat 770G pretty well. I'm steering right the entire time, but for whatever reason the vehicle doesn't agree. Again, I think it's that trailer kind of digging in and dictating what's going on a little bit. Oh yeah, I remember this bit last time. For winches. Imagine this game without winches. It would be an absolute beast. Or if you couldn't winch, like say if you had winches but you could only winch to like other vehicles and it wouldn't let you winch to trees or something. It's nice though. It's pretty acceptable speed pulling out there. Well, nice, that's good to hear. Certainly is, I appreciate it, dude. What feels nice though, even though the trailer is digging in and slowing me down, even if you end up getting bogged down, the fact that you can just hear and kind of feel and see it, that this truck is putting up a good fight to keep trying to drag this trailer along. I tend to find with a lot of trucks in this game, they do sort of throw in the towel a bit too quickly once you are actually stuck on something. There's not all that often like any point in trying to sort of wiggle and fight it, you're caught at that point, and yeah, you may as well fire winches out, but these things are, yeah, actually still dragging it forward a little bit, which is nice because it feels like a more organic run rather than just firing winches out every 2 minutes, which I am prepared to do. I'm not above firing winches out. Listen, the front bumper is kind of low for me, it gets caught a lot. Is that what on this? Yeah, true. I must admit, I remember actually. If there was an option to like just remove that big bar running along, it'd yeah, be nice. Let's change it to day. Good. It's random, but I aquaplaned once in my M5 and I was going about 160, and yeah, it's pretty weird aquaplaning at that speed. Certainly noticed it. Covered quite a lot of distance in the 1 or 2 seconds, but I didn't really have too much steering going on. But at the same time, it was weird because like normally when you aquaplane, it feels like it really wrenches your steering. But in this case, I think I was going that fast that I did just kind of skim across the top of this big fat puddle I was driving on. And even though it was more, instead of it feeling like it wrenched the steering, it just felt like... oh shit. Essentially like I was a skipping stone and just kind of like flew over the top. It was more the steering went really light and like not doing anything other than... Which is good, because at that speed, if it had wrenched my steering hard left or whatever. We would have ended up in a hedge. I wonder what it'd be like in this game if they actually dialed up like the grippiness of these roads. You know, if they were just like super grippy, you come flying around the corner like, and the thing's just driving like it's on rails. Which, to be fair, in real life, at this speed, I don't think you'd be drifting around like that. I'd say you probably wouldn't particularly want to be going this fast while you're towing a Cat 770G. I might have said it before, but I followed a low loader when it was coming back from the Isle of Man, and we're on the M6 toll, and the M6, it's like a motorway that's a toll road, which we don't have that many of in the UK, but it's fucking handy, I'll say that much. And yeah, there was like some low, it's just because at least a good chunk of the M6 toll is 6 lanes wide, so. And I don't think like they have many bridges or anything. It's a good job the trailer doesn't unpack itself. Oh yeah, I needed a loaf for this really. To wedge under the trailer. We might be able to get away with it because it's a mod and I can do seriously long winches. Yeah, and it was like we were following a cat thing like this, but way bigger than this. Like the tyres alone on it were honestly like the height of a house. It was ridiculous. And yeah, which I don't even know why. I don't normally have machinery that big really in the UK, because there's not really many places that can do a lot with it, but wherever that thing was going. It's just going to keep firing at that, and I can't put the camera down because there's stupid rocks behind me. It's stuff like that that they really need to get smoother in this game. Yeah, as you can see, they didn't really make this roadblock like crossable at all. Just more from a standpoint that it's the trailers just hook on it. It's like invisible hitboxes. Good old effort through this swampy bit though. I've seen it get caught a few times, but kind of wrenched it through where it's trying to get caught and kept going. Oop, shit. I should have been looking where I was going at that point. I know the paved roads are worse than ice sometimes. That is true. I wonder if putting chains on would help that. I don't know actually. Probably, I'd imagine not, but unlike a paved road. I was thinking, yeah, not even paved road. You ever driven on a cobble, like a cobblestone road? Well, that's a slippy fucking road. Especially in the winter. You don't really get, like, there is still cobble roads over here, not really like as proper roads. They, for the most part, probably end up being like the middle of a town centre by now, but yeah, I've driven on a few and they are pretty fucking slippy.
can still knock those trees down that kind of not really got any leaves or anything left on them. Or it may be that dead tree that the trailer's getting hooked on. Yep, see it just yanked the whole trailer back. The tree got its revenge. It seems silly to do it, it was more of a joke, but I do wonder.
Yeah, I know what you mean though. I'm sure like there are places on there where like truckers put chains on and they are in theory still on paved roads. I think it'd more depend, you know, if it was like a paved road that say just sort of got wet and then gone icy, I don't think chains would really do a lot. I think you'd still go skidding all over the place because then it's like chains on pavement. But if it had like a good little bit of snow or ice kind of built up on it, then I reckon they'd should help a little bit. And lol, I've biked on cobblestone. Yeah, so do you know what? I went arse over tit when I was a kid at some point on riding a bicycle on cobblestones because as soon as you hit them, it's just like one front tyre gone. It's about to head to where I'm going to have to get the containers from in a later mission. Right, now I think I'll use that fem truck again as it's got 4 slots of cargo room. Oh, not that one. God's sake. Get away from this one though. Rubber tubs. I don't think it's a good idea in real life. Probably tear up the road, but in this game it might work. Yeah, I agree. What I'm thinking of is probably like a bit of an extreme, you know, like where the chains aren't even really digging into like the pavement because it's that thick with ice or snow. But yeah, I agree. I think it'd a road wouldn't last too long if it had, particularly like fully loaded lorries driving down it. I've said it before, but I've got a main road outside my house, and when trucks drive past and that, you can tell when there's one driving past that's got like a really heavy load on the trailer because it shakes the house, whereas like all the rest don't. Not bad, obviously, not like literally trembling the house, but you can sort of feel the rumble of like a heavy, fully loaded truck going past, whereas yeah, all the rest that have got like either empty trailers or just whatever's in there doesn't really weigh a lot. Yeah, you can hear them a little bit, but and yeah, in this game with the chain, I don't believe it does really work in this game, other than say like the White Valley runway, because that is all covered in ice. Stuff does skid around on there, like unless you've got the chain. It still will skid at high speed, but when I've done like say flying down the White Valley runway, yeah, like I normally put chains on the vehicles just because otherwise, like by the time you get up to the higher speeds in this game, you really do start skidding around like you're on black ice. But the chains do help a little bit with that. But I think, say driving on this map where the kind of ice and snow mechanics haven't really been programmed into the game, I don't think it will help, because I drive around, or have done in the past, like a hell of a lot with chains, and yeah, it still kind of does the same thing when you get up to a certain speed. It just drifts around on these roads. Generator train off. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, we'll spawn another truck and fly down there in a minute. This goes dark. Kestrel, what you spoken? What's that from the way I'm driving or something? What do you mean literally what am I smoking? Because you can always hear a lighter going off. Oh, handbrake. Road tobs. I think it's a law in my state that studded tyres are only permitted during the winter months because they are harsh on the pavement. Yeah, I imagine they'd shred them to pieces, really. In the long run, obviously, it was like a road that, say it was your personal road that only you driving on. I'm sure it'd last a while, but yeah, I'd imagine an actual main road would get shredded up after like a week, if that. Then I suppose, yeah, some really snowy places, like people who drive with studded tyres that, again, if there's enough kind of ice and snow on the road, then probably won't quite make it to damaging the actual pavement. Or not pavement, the road, whatever. Rubber tobs, a little reefer. It's not, no, I mean, like, it's a cigarette, I was going to say a fag. Don't even say that anymore. But yeah, it's a roll-up, so it goes out all the time. Because if it isn't a roll-up, it'll just... I'll end up holding it in my hand. Bastard. Yeah. And the whole thing will just burn itself away. It's funny though, because it always used to be a joke when I was younger. That you'd buy like big Rizzlers or whatever. And like I used to work at a shop and everyone used to say, like, you know, people would come in and say, oh, ask for whatever and then big Rizzlers. And you can kind of tell, just like, yep, they're smoking weed. And then everyone would always go, oh yeah, it's like I'm a truck driver or something, because the thing was apparently that's what they made big rolling papers for, was truck drivers. Yeah, so they just only have to roll like one big one and then don't have to keep rolling while they're driving. And yeah, it just always used to be a bit of a joke, like every time someone had ordered papers, they'd just go, oh yeah, truck driving. It'd be like a fucking 16-year-old kid trying to tell you he's a truck driver. And then obviously, yeah, like when I smoke now doing these live streams, I actually do have big Rizzlers. Or, well, like rolling papers are just the main brand over here is Rizzler, so we all just call them Rizzlers. And yeah, in theory, for the first time, I thought this to myself months ago, but it was like, I'm actually, now I can say, oh yeah, I'm driving a truck. I mean, it is a cartoon truck on a game, but yeah, still counts, sort of. Well, I did notice the other week that was sort of funny. You're saying a little reefer. You couldn't see a bigger reefer when I put a picture of my cat the other month. I did realise, but enough of the photo that you couldn't really tell what it was or anything anyway. But there's about a 35-inch joint in the picture lying across my chest of drawers. Because It wasn't a reefer, but I wanted to roll it. It was when it was my 35th birthday, and it's random that a mate of mine, when I was 15, bought me. It was the Joint Rolling Handbook 2, and I've still got it somewhere in my safe. And I randomly found it, and then yeah, so I ended up thinking like, oh, he taught me how to roll when I was about 15 years old. And yeah, wanted to see if I still had the skills. So I rolled a 35-inch one, which is probably one of the biggest I've ever seen. To be honest, that Derry Special was bloody nice to drive. I might have to take that out again. Oh yeah, do I do it? That's the one anyway. But the does it say who the modder is? No, I can't remember who the modder is. But this is pretty much the truck, as you can see. It's got the articulation, and yeah, whoever it was who added this added it years ago. I probably won't take it for this because I've got to go all the way down to the trailer store and then drag a generator trailer, and I don't know if that'll end up being a bit of a troll. Whether my choice, that's what she said. The longest she's ever seen. It's certainly true. That helps. See, that's the photo I can send them. They'll say, oh, your dick's probably the size of a roll-up. It's like, yeah, fucking 35-inch roll-up. But yeah, it was nearly as long as my leg. I tried to make it an inch for every year I've been alive, you see. That's why it's a 35-inch joint. There was a method to it. Well, here's some kind of particularly aggressive grasshopper or something. It's got hold of me. Oh yeah, it's because these stupid signs, that's what it is, isn't it? Yeah, it's poking out me. Yeah, that's definitely what she said. Oh, we're going in. Yeah, about like 35 inches. Well, where should I recover? I was trying to go to the recover, the menu kept randomly scrolling back upwards. 10.2. Cheech and Chong had huge rolling papers as the sleeve of one of their albums. Oh, did they? It's pretty cool. I remember Cheech and Chong as a kid. It was like a pretty iconic film. It was good as well. Funny enough, I actually watched Cheech and Chong up in Smoke about. It must be a good few months ago now, but not that long. One of the bits that makes me laugh in that film is that woman, you know, where the guy's got like some Ajax washing powder or whatever it is, and he's just messing around like pretending it's coke, and then that woman comes in and she's like, oh, where have you been all my life? Snorts the whole thing and then just starts acting crazy, but yeah, the scene makes me laugh like fucking ever. Rob Tobbs, I inhaled a pan of hash brownies when I was 19 and then graduated to smoking, but just quit it a few weeks ago. Mine was actually kind of similar. The first time I ever smoked it was at a mate's party, but it was his older sister had some mates around and they were smoking weed. And yeah, I went out in the back garden with a guy who was smoking weed. And he was like, here, do you want some? So I tried it, and then he was like, yeah, I'll be back in a minute, and then vanished. And then I kept smoking it for a little bit, and then I let it go out on that. And then eventually he came back out with a beer and another joint rolled, and then he was like, oh, you've still got that one. And he was like, you should have kept smoking it and that. I don't know in hindsight if they were just trying to get me really stoned, but it was only this one guy though. And he was sound, I was chatting away to him. And yeah, and then he sparked this second joint up, smoked a bit of it, passed me it, and then says, I'll be back in a minute. And he's like, yeah, just keep smoking it, and then he vanished again for like half an hour. And what I think in theory he was trying to do was go back into the living room and grab his beer, and then come back out. But every time he went into the living room, he either got stuck in like a conversation or whatever, and then we'd end up sitting down, rolling another one, and then coming back out, at which point I was only like just finishing the last one. And then they also made a space cake, and put, yeah, loads of resin in it, and then the cake ended up not very nice, to put it bluntly, and the people who were smoking weed there didn't really want to eat it, so me and my mate ate half of this. It was a big cake, like not like an individual, this was like an 8-man birthday cake going on, and we ate half each. And then yeah, I remember like I kept forgetting to breathe, but not in a scary way. I just had to consciously breathe, as silly as that sounds. And then yeah, it was a pretty funny night all in all. And then, well, then I didn't smoke it again for months and months, and then by random luck, one of my best mates that I hadn't seen for a while, my phone in my pocket rang him, and then he rang me back, and yeah, we hadn't spoken for months, so I just said, oh sorry, the phone must have dialed you in my pocket. And then he said he was down at the beach, and like, yeah, sort of said come down and say hello, so I did. And then he had a joint, and then I smoked that with him, and then yeah, him and me hung out every day, and got stoned, and played Worms on the PlayStation, and Elder Scrolls Morrowind, and what else? Well, he mainly played Elder Scrolls Morrowind, I watched him play it, which was pretty good. And then yeah, played Worms for years. I was an absolute beat. I wouldn't be very good at it now, but back in the day, I could throw a grenade anywhere on a Worms map. No matter how many barriers you had in the way, I'll figure out the angle and I'll bounce it off about 8 different things. And yeah, him and me were like just James Bond level assassins on Worms, whilst getting stoned, to be honest. I'm going the longer way around, but cut down there. And then yeah, well, like I say, that was 20 odd years ago. Time soon flies. Bronson, uh-oh. Was that, yeah, with them getting stuck in them barriers. Bronson, the Ajax chick, yeah, that's it, where she's like, does all that weird like bee 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 noise, and then pretends like she's an elephant and all that, and then just starts laughing. Yeah, there's just, that clip made me laugh my fucking head off. It still does. It's like just pretty funny, you know, with like her being the actress that knows you have to go and do that as well. I don't know how in situations like that none of the other people laugh and ruin the scene, because I probably would. I think I've gone over this before and I made it. This is like pretty good wheel setup for making it over there. I wouldn't want to do it in a single axle vehicle. But yeah, that Ajax one is just funny. Like I say, overall good film. It's one of them where you probably do have to be stoned when you watch it, really, because it's certainly a lot better when it's like that. And all those films, How High. I watched that the other week actually. It's one of the few films I own on Amazon. For some reason I have How High, Taken, RoboCop, the original Rambo, not the latest Rambo, but you know the one where he's in Burma and you keep shooting everyone and they're all blowing up into like red juicy pieces. That one, The Exorcist and The Thing. I think that's about the only films I've got on there. Sort of like, yeah, horror movies. RoboCop's not a horror. Although, you know when that guy goes into a toxic waste, it used to freak me out as a kid. You know when he comes out with all the melted skin? And it's so cliche as well, like, literally goes into a vat of toxic waste. So what film was I watching the other day as well that was, oh yeah, like, You know how they say suspension of disbelief, where like you watch a film, but after a while, I mean, I say it these days. To be fair, it's nothing against women, of course, but you know when they have a female lead that's like 5 foot nothing, but then she suddenly kicks the shit out of 8 Green Beret Delta Force army people, and it's like, yeah, no, I don't think so. Well, I watched Under Siege 2 with Steven Seagal, and honestly, you should do it now. Like, just YouTube the ending of that film, where the train ends up colliding, and as the train's crashing, he goes flying down the train, but then 2 seconds later he's walking down the train as if he's walking into a nightclub, but they're obviously got like CGI, if you can even call it that, in the background of like the train crashing. It's just, if you actually watch it, it's so ridiculous. It's like, how the hell did we ever, like, that film was a treasured film back in the day. Now you'd watch it and something like, I don't know, a spoof film like Austin Powers or something couldn't even do the train scene as stupid as it was on that. And then he ends up like jumping out the back of the train onto a rope ladder that's hanging off a helicopter and all that. But honestly, if you just watch it, it is phenomenal. It's actually, yeah, it's gone full circle, and it's actually like, should be hailed as the artwork it is, even though it is just like, yeah, the suspension of disbelief, it's just, it makes no sense, the physics of it and everything. And yeah, RoboCop is a good film as well. I like watching that. And that film's actually pretty messed up. Really, when you watch RoboCop nowadays, like when they're shooting Murphy and they blow his hand off and all that, there's quite a lot of pretty gruesome things in RoboCop. It's funny as well, because in a weird way it was not the most inaccurate depiction of a potential future. Corporations profiting off cities. I wouldn't just swim past it. I reckon I could break it. Sounds fun. I've been trying to channel my impulses into creative things, so I think I'm going to take up cake decorating next. That's that. Do you know what? I used to fucking love baking cakes. I haven't done it for ages. I don't even know why. I think I had all the ingredients. You know when you just knew what you were doing? Like, I knew how much flour and all whatever it was to throw into the bowl. And yeah, I used to bake like little cupcakes, like multiple times a week. Make the icing, and then just eat them all myself, really. Well, maybe my brother would have some, but yeah, just make a plate of like 20 of them, and then just eat them, whilst playing, God knows back then, Grand Theft Auto or something. And they weren't even space cakes, they're actual, just cakes. Like that, I don't even know why I stopped, to be honest. To get back on it. RobTols, the dude who played RoboCop narrates history programs occasionally. I never knew he was such a history buff. Oh, does he? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't know that either. He's a pretty good actor as well. I can't remember him in like really any other films. I'm sure he has been, but he's certainly one of those actors that if you've seen him in anything else, you'd be like, that's the RoboCop guy. But there's loads of people I remember from the RoboCop thing, like what was his name, Bob or Bobby or whatever. The guy who in Hot Shots says, "War, it's fantastic." I can't remember his name, but he's been in loads of films. And what did I saw something the other week as well? Was it Poltergeist 3 that had the woman out of RoboCop in it? I was thinking the other day, has any of the fuel prices changed in this game since 4 years ago? Because, well, I mean, fucking hell, we'd be living the dream if it was that cheap over here. Is that per gallon as well? Is that, I assume, $3.47 and 9 tenths? Fuck knows what it is over here. Probably about God knows, probably like 180 a litre now. It's £1.80 as well. I could just see I like pie at the top. Rubber by choice. Can't disagree. There's a few interpretations of that answer, but I also do like pie. Jim Bastian, I just had a wild glitch on Pipeline Bay at the port. On the concrete slope going down to the drop-off, my front tyres sank into the concrete. Oh, did they? That one yet. Have a little look over there a bit. Rob Tobbs, lol, pie is good. I went through a pie phase a couple of months ago, probably because of the holidays. It helps. But like, I think over in America, you guys do more pies than over here. We don't really, like, I've had some what you would call pies. But yeah, you do like pumpkin pie and all that sort of stuff. I mean, again, it's like some people do cook stuff like that over here. It just doesn't seem as common over here. Whereas in America, you guys seem to love the old pie. And yeah, like I said, it's one of them. If I got the ingredients for the rest of it, I'd definitely be up for cooking. Yeah, cakes, pies. I was going to say all sorts, but to be honest, just cakes mainly. Yeah, it was good times. Yeah, when I had the M5, people are probably looking at me like, yeah, he's probably a drug dealer or something. When I'm inside baking cakes for myself. What's up, Noisy? Oh, if you can hear my cat yapping away in the background. What's up? You alright? You had a little sleep? Right, well I may as well just leave this here, because the generator will probably moan and say I need to turn it on at some point. No, not the dairy. What are you doing, Noisy? Hmm? Hello. Majestically leap over those barriers. Like watching Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, take off. Rob Tobbs, oh no, read that one. Rebel by choice. Gas prices here are running around $2.75 a gallon. That's an absolute bargain. But it's probably horrific by compared to what it used to be. But yeah, if we had that. I mean, over here, by comparison, what's it going to be like? Yeah, I'm guessing about £1.80 per litre, so obviously, yeah, you've got the US gallon though, isn't it? So again, why do you have to fiddle with gallons? Just we already invented gallons. But yeah, I don't know, you're probably talking like 5-6 quid a gallon, so you're probably talking near $10 a gallon or something over here. Which, yeah. Which you felt. Especially like I said when I had the M5, I'd pretty much leave my house, drive up the road to the fuel station, put 20 quid in, get a McDonald's latte, drive back here, and that'd be about 10 quid of fuel gone. It was only down the road really anyway. But one thing where the McDonald's is a roundabout, and when you come out the McDonald's, it's just a really nice roundabout to sort of drift round, because it's quite a nice wide roundabout, but then after that there's just a nice, straight enough, not arrow straight, but a pretty straight road all the way back from there to my house on just one nice fat road. So at like 2, 3 in the morning, yeah, go and get some fuel, get a Mackey's, and then yeah, pretty much come flying out, go near enough drifting around the roundabout, and then just hoof it through the gears on the way home to, yeah, somewhere like 160 odd. And then be back home. That was my little trip. And yeah, an expensive one though, because of the price of fuel. Rob Tobbs, you guys do more savoury pies as opposed to our sweet pies. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I reckon that's probably about fair. Like, the yeah, the sweet pies seem to be more common in America. I sort of more know, say, from films and all that, you just, the amount of times you see it in films, whereas I genuinely, I'm sure my grandma used to bake stuff like that at some point, but do you know what I mean? I don't really know anybody that just casually bakes pies, which is a shame. I need to find someone who casually bakes pies. Go on Tinder and put like, we'll have sex for pies. See how many milfs reply. Switch that. I don't even know why there's a limit on. Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, after all that. Crafter in. That's what I need to do. We'll do 15 and 20. There's no loading bay here either, is there? What the hell did it do that for? Left. Make it drop. Don't even yet. Oh my god, really? Look at that wheel touching the box. Yes. Wedged in there pretty good. This is kind of like, you know, two-wheeled or double-wheeled vehicles, like trucks, when they leave quarries and that, and they get like rocks stuck in between the tyres. It was like a massive version of that. Right, I'm going to pick that up with a crane. Oh yeah, shit, so I'm going to need a loaf on board. I need the winch. Is it just me, or does it show up like a middle winch point, but it's like the bottom middle of the truck? At the top. Some horsepower.
Jane Beston, $2.99 a gallon in Tampa, Florida.
Filled up today. So what was it, say... What are we on, 2024? What was it then 4 years ago? AKA before Biden fucked everything. Let's be honest. It wasn't just him. I don't think he has the competency. You know what I mean?
That'll do. Bronson, took a max pack truck and G trailer up here and made 60 rolls and 60 sets of beams.
Yeah, that's true actually. I should have brought like a modded generator trailer. I assume, yeah, I'd just bring like a normal one in the end. I didn't even think of that. Which, to be fair, not that I'm gonna, but I suppose... Oh, for fuck's sake, cargo. Why are you always bouncy when I don't want you to be? Yeah, I have got like the loaf roof right, I need a spare tyre at the back. I think it's got like 5,000 fuel in it, so I suppose in theory could refill the generator, but should be alright for now. Right, fuck it, I'll do. It stays on there, or it's on the winch, so it doesn't really have much choice.
Rubber by choice, cherry pie, peach pie, lemon pie. Yeah, I mean, like cherry pie we have and do have over here.
I'm sure we have them all, but do you know what I mean? They certainly don't seem very common. Like, if anything, yeah, cherry pie. What, peach pie? I've never had that or seen one or whatever. Lemon pie, I don't think I've ever had that either. And like, well, if you're talking like a lemon meringue pie kind of thing, is that? Yeah, if that's like sort of roughly similar. But yeah, like I say, you just see them on films a lot more, which obviously for the most part are American films. Do you know, it's random, it's not really a film either, but I saw like a meme earlier, but it was saying, it said an idea for a game show. It sounded pretty funny. It was like, there's 11, so there's 12 people in a house, 11 of them are gay, and one of them is straight. And each day, or whatever it was, they have to vote a person out, and the gay people have to vote who they think is the straight guy out, and then, I don't know, I assume like the straight guy has to vote for whether it's different gay people or whatever. But then it basically said, the twist at the end was like, none of them are gay, but you tell them all that the other 11 are gay, and that you've got to try and basically you've got to sort of act gay enough that they don't vote you out, but obviously you don't want to be gay. But then it turns out everyone else would be straight as well, and that was the bit that made it funny. Like, if it was just the straight and gay people, it was like, yeah, it's sort of funny for an idea, but I think it'd get pretty old. But yeah, when it said like, everyone's straight, but obviously everyone will think everybody else is gay. But that was like, the point is, if the straight guy makes it to the end of getting voted out, he'll win $1 million, so then obviously that'd be the incentive. Where did my other piece of cargo go? Oh no. Why is my crane not working either? Oh, because the engine's off. Yeah, it just sounded pretty funny. I probably explained it pretty terribly, but it was essentially like, yeah, everyone's got to try and convince the other people. And the winner at the end gets like £1 million, but it did sound pretty funny. Just me, I did loaf. Just climbed back onto them metal beams and then sort of fell back off again. Also, why is I'm reeling the crane in, but it's not making the like winch noise, which is not the end of the world, but since the cranes are kind of pretty weak. It at least helps when you can hear the winch reeling in. Why? Why? Oh, asshole of a metal fucking beam. Right, is it like a fucking magnet that doesn't want to go on top, like... Stay in the fucking trailer, man. Holy shit. It's metal beams. Need training. Our lies. Rotation. Here we go again. Jamie Bastion, noisy. Our cat is Squeakers. That is true. Mine's, yeah, one of his nicknames is Squeaky Beak. He does squeak a lot. Especially like when he just come running and then he'd obviously been asleep. And then every time he wakes up, it's like he thinks I'm gone. So he runs around the house meowing until he finds me. Which, I don't know why, because it's not that often that, I don't know. He acts like he wakes up all the time and there's no one there. Right. And again. I'll just fly this like a kite. Not my choice, fuck Joe Biden. Jamie Bastion, roughly $1.89 to $2. No, fuck Joe Biden. Yeah, that's still... Oh shit, I've got a pack of loaf. That is still a bit of an increase, really. Like, percentage-wise. That's gone up nearly 50%, really, isn't it? It's funny as well, because someone pointed out the other day I saw this thing they were saying. You know how, like, for the last couple of years they've been saying that Russia is losing to Ukraine and all the rest of it, and then they said to us the other day, like in the UK, that are talking about us getting conscripted into the army to fight Russia, and it was like, well, I thought you just said for the last 2 years that Russia are losing. It's like, do you know what I mean? You just, whatever they say doesn't really mean shit. It's yeah, the same with Joe Biden. Plus, I've not watched it yet, but I've seen like, what's his name, Tucker Carlson had an interview with Putin, which, yeah, I think it's pretty funny. It'd be interesting to see what it says. It's more funny because didn't he pretty much fuck Fox off? Who, by the way, were like, have been owned by the competition for quite a while. And then yeah, he obviously did the interview with Putin. And then I've seen something where like Fox News was showing a clip of like the interview, but it said something like courtesy of Tucker Carlson Network, which is just funny because that now means after he left theirs, obviously now they have to ask him for permission for his company's footage and that now, which, yeah, like I said, I've not seen the interview, but just before I was going to bed yesterday, I saw it come up on YouTube when Tucker Carlson interviews Putin, and it was like, fucking hell. That's an interesting one. Rob Tobbs, my favourites are apple pie, pumpkin pie, and pecan pie. Alright, I'm done with pie. So, the thing about apple pie, and I suppose you can get them, like, from McDonald's over here. Just in terms of, like, that's where most people have probably at least had one. Yeah, but those, like, pumpkin pie and pecan pie, again, I'm sure if you look around, you can get them over here, but they really don't seem to be like a, yeah, just as common like it is in America, for whatever reason. Cordell, sorry. Hey, Mr. Longwolf, how are you doing today? Not too bad, cheers, dude. Cheers for the compliment. And did you know that you can drive the modded version of the Fem by AGL underwater, and then dually tyres as well? I do, yeah. This is the AGL Fem truck now, and we went underwater earlier, which, yeah, it's very good. pretty cool that he added the submarine kind of snorkel to this one, particularly on this map. Even like just alone like that crossing just to sort of solve the problem of that bridge. But yeah, no, cheers for letting us know, it is pretty cool. And to be fair, even as I've been driving around, every now and then you kind of get reminded that it's articulated if it catches something and yanks the truck round, but to be fair, I've been driving it around tonight, it's not really bothered me that much at all, so considering it is articulated, it really doesn't feel like it minute by minute kind of thing. Whereas like, yeah, the normal trucks in the game, you do get reminded that it's a articulated. I'm going to have to go down this way. I've clearly gone the wrong way at some point. Does the crane actually get stuck on the trees now? I'm sure it used to phase through. Oh, you son of a bitch. I mean, it's more like the crane got stuck in the tree, so it was just kind of swinging me around. Tree just snapped out the ground. It would cheer me up a lot. Robotovs, don't get me started with politics. It's true. I just accepted years ago that it's generally all a mess. Just let them get on with it. Is my crane selection thing not working? Focus the winch. Still on a tree. It's a shame though, because I made it down that hill, which I thought, if anything, was going to be where I'm going to tip. And for all that, it was like... Clearly, there must be something with, like, the tree... I don't know, mechanics going on, because... I got the Derry Special stuck in one earlier. And then now that one just kind of... Yeah, sort of phased my crane into it and then hung on to the crane. Pain in the arse. That's another thing as well. The game used to be really good. You know, like when you release the winch, like I just did, or crane, whatever, and then you reattach it, it'd pretty much go back to the thing you just released it from. Whereas now, it just never really does. It used to be a lot better with selecting like that winch point. Right, we're gonna go deliver it up here. Back in real life.
Bronson, Putin spends the first 20 minutes giving a history lesson.
Yeah, so I did see something about that, saying like a college level history lesson of Russia versus, yeah, Biden, who... I'd be surprised if he could spell his own name. Or wasn't, yeah, Biden saying something like, I don't know, talking about like the border with Mexico and opening it up for Gaza, or I don't know, just, yeah. He talks that much bollocks that it's not even surprising anymore, if you know what I mean. Like, yeah, if anyone said the level of incoherent nonsense that comes out of his mouth. Although I reckon, yeah, they're already getting ready to ditch him this year, because even the main newspapers are now sort of having little digs at him, which they obviously have been instructed not to for the last 4 years. But that's why I reckon something big will be happening this year. Because they don't want Biden in for another 4 years. They certainly ain't going to want Kamala Harris in. They sure as shit ain't going to want Trump in. And when I say they, I mean, you know, like the corrupt fuckers running the show. So yeah, something is going to happen. Because it just does. Seen it happen enough times in previous years. Right, well that mission's finally done. That mission just always ends up being an absolute whopper. It was when I did the video on it, it just was a lot longer than I was expecting. That's what she said. Concrete slabs. By comparison, a pretty easy mission. Speaking of which, I'll take this. In fact, I will take this, but it might be just as quick. I was going to recover it to the garage, but it might be just as quick to drive it from where I am. Yeah, it's only 2 slabs in it, so too bad. Reaper 710. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that Putin interview also. Go Tucker. Yeah, it will be an interesting one, because obviously, I mean, both sides are going to have their versions of propaganda, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I'd imagine what he's saying is probably more accurate than the Western media would like anyone to believe. But I just found it funny that they were sort of, now they're kind of hinting with Tucker Carlson, like, oh, he's a traitor or whatever for interviewing Putin, and it's like, no, it's a journalist, that's what they do. And yeah, there was like loads of pictures of previous reporters interviewing Putin. It's like, yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with, like, if someone went and interviewed Kim Jong-un or whatever, it's not, doesn't mean they're swearing allegiance to North Korea. It's just, if you're a journalist and fucking Kim Jong-un said, do you want to interview me? You'd be like, fucking right I do. It'll be like one of the all-time biggest, yeah, and what's going on at the minute, like, I must admit, when I seen it, I was like, fucking hell. He did well to bag an interview with Putin. Which, yeah, it'd be funny if he got to interview that Zelensky as well. Give him a bit of a grilling, because what the fuck does he do? I saw the other day, it said something like America, you've sent Ukraine the equivalent of $223 million a day since February last year. Or was it the year before? I can't, yeah, the year before, nearly 2 years. But yeah, 223 million a day. Yeah, there'll be people like veterans who fought in everything from Vietnam to Iraq and all that get sweet fuck all. Which is, yeah, it's pretty messed up. Yeah, I forgot to grab me a loaf. We'll see. Will I live to regret it? Well, probably not in this case, in the sense of, like, this has got an autonomous winch. Obviously, normally when I'm travelling around, that is one of the major reasons I have a loaf with me, because if I tip, I don't have to, like, recover to the garage and pretty much restart the whole video, but as this has got an autonomous winch, I could in theory get myself out of it. Read 710, I mean, nobody interviewed Putin, so kudos to Tucker Carlson. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it's, yeah, it's an absolute monster of an interview to bag. And that's what journalists should be doing, if you know what I mean. Not all this the propaganda lot where it's practically like the CIA are pretty much puppets, or rather the media's like the puppets. Operation Mockingbird and all that. But yeah, it's that's what journalists should be doing. Like I say, an interview with Kim Jong-un, for example, that's the kind of shit they should be going for. And yeah, Putin, Zelensky, I suppose, although I'm sure he'll just talk any old bollocks he's been told to say. But yeah, like it's the notion that if, like, even if someone, you know, back in the day in World War II, if someone could get an interview with Hitler, it's like, of course you'd do it. It doesn't mean, yeah, it's not like that. It's just what a journalist is supposed to do. And it's pretty interesting stuff. Like I say, I've not seen the interview myself, but just from seeing the fact that it exists, I was like, fucking hell, I'll be definitely watching that at some point. I mean, interview him lately. Yeah, that's true. Not for a good old while. I know, yeah, you're right, though, back in the day, obviously, but 20-year-old interview doesn't really mean much now, yeah, since like the war that's been going on. Like for someone to interview him after that. And it just more makes me laugh, like the, you know, like the CNN, all that. You just know those journalists are like absolutely fucking hate it. Like, that son of a bitch bagged a right interview. And I guarantee they'll all be slagging it off, saying, yeah, he's a traitor and all this, but if any of them had the chance to interview Putin, they know that would be like a career-defining interview in today's like current climate. Rob tells, well, it's what Tucker believes is what got him the interview. It's not like he's any miraculous person. No, true. I think if anything, it's probably, I'd say, because he's independent of, well, in theory, of like, you know, the usual mainstream narrative and all the rest of it. I think anyone outside of that kind of sphere of just repeating the same thing you've been told to repeat probably could have got an interview with him. But yeah, it's an interesting one, and as far as, like, say, a chess move goes, it's a pretty interesting one from Putin as well, because again, that'll piss a lot of people off. For example, like the media, that are obviously going to write everything bad about Putin, and I'm not taking either side, I'm just saying, you know, it's like the same with Trump. Ever since Trump ran, it was like every newspaper just has to say negative things about Trump. They've all been told that's what we're doing. You know, if you're going to say anything nice about him, we'll fucking push you out the little special group that we're all in. So yeah, it's quite sort of a funny play as like two fingers up to the Western media to give him an interview. And I think that probably played a bigger part than Tucker himself getting it, if that makes sense. I think it's quite a interesting move for Putin to do. Stupid trees that just popped out of the ground. Yep. I don't know why they add them to this game. And I'm pretty sure the first night I went around this map, I didn't get any of them. And then ever since then, for about the last 3 or 4 days, I've probably plucked about 50 or 100 of them out of the ground. So I either got extremely lucky the first time I was going around, or they've fucking added loads of them. You know, if you had like bicycle stabilizers for this sort of truck, like 2 little wheels sticking outside, like where the crane legs extend out, but if they just had little wheels on them instead, stop you from tipping over. I'd buy them. Crunk RVR09, what's good, Wolf? Finally caught the stream after a while. I must ask, have you been getting burnt out on the game at all? I've been losing a bit of interest. Not yet, but with there being like the 4 maps that are all kind of look pretty similar and all the rest of it, I could see it potentially happening. But yeah, just because, like say, doing the editing and all the rest of it, I've kind of I've sort of got a list of videos in my head that I want to get out as soon as possible. So I've sort of been, you know, just like playing catch up with myself on where I want to be with that. So I've sort of not paid attention to getting like bored or a bit burnt out with the game. I'm still sort of like chasing my tail to catch up with the videos I want to get out. But then once I've caught up to that point, then potentially, usually after that, then if there's missions where I've still got to like uncover warehouses and all that sort of stuff, they keep me pretty sort of busy and going. And then yeah, it's just by the time, not on all maps though, but yeah, sometimes when it gets like the last few missions and there's not really anything, like it's not unlocking anything or doing anything, I sort of get a bit yeah, burnt out on it. But that's why I've been looking for a different game to play, but I don't really know. As I said, I like not only playing SnowRunner, but I actually like editing the videos as well, even though they obviously do take a good old while. Oh no, shit, I'm not even getting a trade on, just autopilot mode then. Yeah, like, I'm not too sure. Something to... I don't know, I'm sort of thinking like racing games and all that, but I've played a few, I'm not really feeling anything yet. I do like playing World of Tanks Blitz on my phone. But obviously to edit a video I have to do it through my phone, which is doable, but it'd be a hell of a lot easier if I could somehow send the footage to my PlayStation, for example, which I'm sure in theory there is a way, but I don't know of it. Oh yeah, shit, that's that mission done. Oh yeah, so I do need a trailer, because now we're going to do westbound ferry. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to drive through the water, just because I'm actually curious. Like, how deep it goes, that's what she said. And also there's a boat ramp on the other side. I should, in theory, just be able to drive straight out there. We'll see how that goes. Lessons learned. I'm here in Texas. I don't see Egypt. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I said, just when he says stuff, it just goes over most people's heads now. Which, by comparison, like, Trump drink a glass of water with both hands and they're like, oh, you can't even lift a glass. Like, oh, you can't be president and all that, and then it's like, yeah, by comparison. That one couldn't even read the fucking title of a book. It's going pretty well. So the water's like fairly deep. I have seen deeper water though, considering like we are pretty in the middle of nowhere at the minute. I was thinking the other day, I need to try this at some point. Get a vehicle, pack a loaf on it, and then get another loaf on that, and see if I can zombie winch. You know, a truck with a loaf on. Well, I should be able to, but if I can do it from the loaf, like essentially, imagine this vehicle now, but with two loaves stacked on top, and the top loaf is just poking out the water, and he's zombie winching the truck. Because yeah, I think this would be just too deep. If I had a loaf on the roof, I think a small foot would still drown. If I had two loaves on the roof, I think it's doable. I thought about it the other night. I was laying in bed, it was like a dream. Crump, am I the only one that feels the Derry special takes suspension damage easier than other trucks? Yeah, I do agree. I certainly know what you mean. I think it's because like how fat and heavy the truck is. See if I can climb out over here. Yeah, you're right. Like you clip a rock or whatever as you're going past, and it absolutely deletes the thing. And I think just between the lack of flex in the suspension, particularly if you've got like, you know, it can change its suspension. I was saying this the other day, because it has changeable suspension, it's like the suspension's really stiff, because it's like the game doesn't want to let it compress the suspension beyond the setting when it's like the normal suspension. I know, again, that's terribly explained. Yeah, and because the truck weighs quite a bit as well, I just think if you bump over something like a rock, it's just... the vehicle doesn't want to flex the suspension. The weight of the vehicle doesn't really want to jump over the rock. So in the end, the tyre just like, and the suspension sort of take the full force of the hit. Count if it didn't touch the floor. didn't. Next problem is though, I can't reach the trailer. The crane. Oop. A brick wall. No, speaking of crashing out in brick wall, I can't remember if I said it before or not, but years ago when me and my brother were in the Isle of Man, we were staying with a mate and his girlfriend, she'd passed a test like, I don't know, like a month or so before, but whatever we were doing, we all went out in her car, probably to the shops or whatever, and when we were coming back to, bear in mind, the house that she lived at this point, at my mate's house, and she was driving onto the driveway, and next to his front door was like a wall kind of sticking out, because it was a semi-detached house, so it was sort of like a wall that just separates like both front doors really. And yeah, while she was pulling up onto the driveway, the wall has been there the entire time, and it was, you know, broad daylight right in front of her and all the rest of it, and as she was pulling up on the driveway, she was just looking forward and drove into the wall, like, and yeah, and just smashed up one side of her car, and then after she hit it, she's like, whoa, god, I didn't see that, and it's like, yeah, she was terrifying to be in the car with. Like, I'd imagine if she still has a license, she would have crashed multiple times. She just, I don't know what it is, has no concept of driving. It was actually, it was scary, but to be in a car with someone who just, it's not a, like, it's beyond they can't drive, I don't know, it's something extra. Something that's like, they just don't comprehend physics and all sorts. They nearly hit so many cars when we're in town and everything. But yeah, I don't know why, just hitting that wall there pretty much reminded me of it though. That's basically, imagine like, where I am is the neighbour's front door, and that other slipway is my mate's front door, and she's pulling up to where that boat is, but then just smashed into that wall where the anchor is. Like, yeah, and she lived there. Oh shit. Pack the trailer. It was like that in real life. You just start swerving, driving through people's gardens. So the trailer was a tip. Deplored. It helps. Rob Tobbs, not a journalist. He has a huge record of inaccuracies. To be honest, I think most people do it, and I'm not defending him by it. I'm not like neither a fan or a hater of his. But yeah, but I mean, for a start, the fact that he worked for Fox News, which are kind of, yeah, they're in the pocket of the competition and that. But that being said, I think there's probably, even if you skip back, say, 10 years or whatever, I think there's probably a lot of journalists in situations where they can't really say what they want to say, and I don't agree with this, I'm not defending it, I'm just saying I believe this is what happens in like the real world, that they can't really say what they want to say because they kind of all get pushed out by the company or whatever, and then in theory, now he's gone it alone, like if he doesn't answer to like a network above him, then he can now say what he wants, which I don't think is a bad thing. Like, just in general, I think, yeah, like, if most people essentially worked for themselves as opposed to, like, for a big corporation, because that's basically the state we're in these days, is, like, giant corporations just own pretty much everyone. If it's, you know, Formula 1 or whatever, they'll be putting the money in for advertising. If it's movie stars, they're the ones doing, like, you know, deals for adverts in amongst other things like makeup deals and, you know, deals with Nike and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, a lot of rich corporations like just own a lot of the world just by the fact that they own the people that you just see every day, and like if they own the news media company and all that. I think the biggest thing people need to realise today is like, you get told a news company, but it doesn't mean shit. Like, you sort of, when I was a kid in the 90s, and it was probably more true back then, within reason, you just sort, I don't know, you have this impression like, oh, it's the news, it must be the truth, because if it wasn't, someone would stop it from happening, because it'd just be too much of a blatant, in the open crime, so to speak, if you know what I mean, to just go on the news and flat out lie and say it's the news. But really, a news corporation is just as much of a private company as, you know, I don't know, NASCAR, or probably not NASCAR, but you know what I mean, just the NBA, whatever, some sports team. It's like, it's all about ratings. So the news is going to like sensationalise stuff even when it's not. Say even down to, doesn't have to be politics, but it could be the weather. Like, if there's maybe a snowstorm coming in, the weather station and the news channel are going to be like, oh my god, it's a monster, it's this storm coming in, and stay tuned to find out, because you might get stuck in traffic. And, you know, they build it all up because they want you to tune back in to be like, oh shit, is a snowstorm going to hit? Even if they know full well there isn't a snowstorm that's going to hit. But they just have to, like, sensationalise everything. So I think you get a lot of that going on with the media as well. But I also think in the last... It still used to happen back in the day, but let's be honest, since Trump got in, the media in general has gone into like lockstep overdrive of just talking out their ass and saying whatever fits a narrative, even when it just sounds completely ridiculous. And yeah, I don't think, like, I'd absolutely say, yeah, that Tucker would be included, like anyone working at Fox and all that. You're not going to be doing what you want to do, you're going to be doing like what the people want you to do. And if you actually look into it as well, there's like between about 6 companies in the world own near enough every newspaper and media station. So just when people say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, and like, oh yeah, how would that many people be involved in the conspiracy? It's like, it doesn't have to be. It's only a few people at the top of the companies that just can encourage and promote this person and not that person, etc. And they soon get it to where they've got it how they want it, through the lens that they want it to be seen through. So yeah, all in all, I don't really trust anyone in that respect. Like, I don't really want the news from someone with any angle. I want pure statistical facts and figures, and then I'll kind of yeah, I don't know, like go through it and sort of figure out what I think based off the information I've seen or whatever. Whereas yeah, a lot of news, not just news, but you know what I mean, like they kind of try and give you a pre-fed narrative on something, whereas I'm not really fussed either way. Yeah, I don't really want someone's opinion on something. I'd rather look at like the actual raw statistics of it and then kind of make, you know, again, I mean, but using Trump as an example, where they were saying, like, oh, he's the worst president ever and blah blah blah, but then you look at the statistics and it's like, booming economy, you know, etc etc etc, and it's yeah, they're just talking out their arse. They just can't admit that he did good at it, so they were like, they just have to keep lying and all the rest of it. And I think most news is the same. Like over here we've got the BBC, which is a government funded, like they talk about, they say like, oh, North Korea or Russia has propaganda TV, and it's like, yeah, you literally tried to fleece the UK public to fund a news channel that talks out its arse and says what it wants to say. So it's like, yeah, it's all corrupt and skewed these days. Like I say, going back, something like RoboCop had it pretty sussed, more than you'd think. Like, there's no integrity or anything really left in today's world. A bit on fuel, but in fact, I think, did I put the van body thing on sideboard? I think I had, yeah, 5,000 fuel, so we're all good. See, otherwise I would have needed the old loaf.
Reaper 710, exactly. It's at least nice to hear from both sides.
Yeah, exactly, because that's the same thing. Like, I'll make my opinion on it then, sort of thing. Which, like I say, I'm not neither pro or anti-Putin. As far as the war goes, I think it's a bad thing for everyone. I think it's a bad thing for Russians, Ukrainians. Like, forget the people at the top in government. I'm talking about like the actual just people. Like, I think it's shit for them on both sides because, well, yeah, it is. But that being said, I also know damn well that ever since that war started, our Western media paint Putin out to be Hitler, and it just gets old, if you know what I mean. It's like they can never concede anything. It was like, oh yeah, with Trump, it's just like everything. I remember when he got 2 scoops of ice cream or something ridiculous, and then they're just like, oh, this is the sign of a power-mad president. Every other president only had 1 scoop, and it's just like, it's so fucking retarded that, yeah, you just get to the point where it's like, I don't really believe anything they say. But not just that, they almost go so far to, like, sort of dirty someone's name that you almost not believe the opposite, but you almost give that person the benefit of the doubt in a way. Like, sort of with Putin, it's just like, well, yeah, the reasons behind all the war going on obviously haven't really been said or discussed properly on TV, so again, I'm not picking either side, but I'm just saying it's a lot different to how they're making it out. So yeah, it's nice to hear. It'd be interesting to watch that interview. Obviously, like, I appreciate though from the other side of the coin, Putin's not going to go on and say, yeah, well, I've actually done this, this and this that's really bad. Like, he's going to have his own angle on it. But I'd rather hear his angle than some fucking idiot CNN journalist that just lives in a bubble of those same kind of people, just echoing the same thing.
I don't agree. I don't know why we spend so much money to other countries when we have schools that don't even have air conditioning.
Yeah, no, it's true, because it's all cons, money laundering and all the rest of it. But you're right, yeah, in theory. No government should be sending that kind of money to another country when their own country has, yeah, homeless people, veterans, etc., etc. And doubly so when the, yeah, the president of Ukraine just so happens to be a billionaire. Which is interesting when you think back. Well, obviously they buried it, but when Trump was in, you remember like the energy scandal with Ukraine? And it turned out Hunter Biden was working on one of the energy companies and that. It was all going on before the sudden Ukrainian war started. And yeah, $223 million a day. It's $250 million every single day. Yeah, pretty insane. And yeah, I absolutely agree. It's the same with the UK. Like, I'll say, like, homeless people as well, but doubly so homeless veterans, because not only did they fight for the country, even if they got sent to whatever war it was is irrelevant. It's like the same as when the Vietnam War. Like, I don't agree that America should have invaded Vietnam, but it's got nothing to do with the actual soldiers that went there. They're still, like, heroes and everything, if you know what I mean. 'Cause they did what they were told to do. That's just part of the deal. It is what it is. Like, and yeah, it's pretty ruthless when they just kind of get discarded once they're back home. And then, yeah, doubly so when countries are sending billions a week to another country.
Jamie Bassett, you are sound
More and more like an American. That's true. I know like a lot about America. I don't know. I just find all like the, years ago, I sort of thought to myself, I want to know what's going on in the world, because I know what they're telling me is going on ain't what's going on. And yeah, I'll spare you a lot of the details, because I don't really want red laser beams coming through my window. But yeah, it's a very corrupt world. And a lot of the people in charge of it ain't the good people they make out to be. And a lot of the bad people ain't as bad as they've been made out to be. But it doesn't mean they're good. But yeah, it's a pretty fucked up world. And I dug very, very deeply into it. And not to blow my own horn or anything, but as far as an IQ goes, the last time I did an IQ test I got over 150, so I've got a pretty decent grasp of like when I want to do something I'll put my mind to it. And yeah, I dug extremely deeply. And I'm not some like conspiracy theorist, all that sort of shit. I just went and looked at it pretty, yeah, kind of like, I don't know, I could connect a lot of dots, put it that way. And I did connect a lot of dots, and it's all very reasoned, rational, it makes sense, it all adds up. I've been over it for hundreds of thousands of hours, spent, yeah, probably 20 years looking into it. Obviously, between just by coincidence, but having insomnia, I had a lot of time to lay there thinking about some things as well. And yeah, there's a lot of fucked up stuff going on. Stuff that they don't really, yeah, let you know. Like, for example, one of the things, I believe it was 42 labs in Ukraine that were testing different things to do with COVID and biological weapons, which is one of the first things that Putin shot when he went to war with Russia. And in his defense, if you flipped it around, say America, would you like it if Russia had bioweapons labs on the Mexican border? It's like probably not, like in the same, you know, like the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was obviously because Russia was getting missiles to Cuba, which were very close to America, which was kind of taking away their first strike capability. And then by comparison, when they signed, was it not the Treaty of Versailles? I think it was like a Moscow agreement or something, or like the Moscow Concord, or I can't remember what it's called, but something like that. Yeah, like NATO agreed not to join any countries to NATO that encroach too far near Russia, and then because then they can place nukes there. And then obviously ever since then, NATO has been recruiting other countries and essentially ignoring that treaty. Like, there's lots of angles to it. Again, I'm not defending Putin. All I'm saying is you always hear the other side of it because of our media. Yeah, but there's a lot more kind of sneaky backhand stuff going on. And strictly speaking, yeah, I don't blame him for blowing up COVID labs and bioweapons labs that are along the Ukraine border. And I don't blame him for being pissed off that NATO, for example, are trying to sign Poland up, which would now mean nukes are right on Russia's doorstep. Which, yeah, if, again, you flip it, they shouldn't have done it back in the Cuban Missile Crisis and all that, but that is what's going on. So anyone who didn't want Russian missiles in Cuba shouldn't really, or should at least get why Russia doesn't want American nukes on its border. I'm going to have to go and get metal beams. While I'm here, though. Oh no, is that... That's got to be for a different mission, isn't it? I was going to say, I'm sure it didn't ask me... Oh, it did ask for me. Oh no. Oh, it is part of the mission. What? Why did it just go down to the gateway? Right, vice light grip. Yeah, it's the rock grinder. Oh shit, that was me pressing the wrong button. Yeah, well, so I do need metal beams, you know, in that case. What have we got in the way of medium-sized 2-slot vehicles? Oh yes. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Robtovs, a certain type of American, that term is too broad. That's true, there is a lot of different people in America. But yeah, like I say, I know a lot about that sort of like, yeah, because I just looked into it and all that. And yeah, I'm not trying to sell anyone else on it. But at the same time, I have no angle or anything to gain in what I'm saying, if you know what I mean. Well, if anything, I've probably got something to lose, because I think it's usually the sort of thing that, yeah, YouTube will then shadow ban me for saying it. So, yeah, I don't have anything to gain or lose in that sense. But yeah, there's a lot more corruption going on than obviously they let you know. I mean, you think like Jeffrey Epstein, for example. They locked that Ghislaine Maxwell up. But where's the black book they found? Where's anything from the FBI raid? Which the FBI raided the island. But the bit they don't tell you is they raided the island to clear it, not to catch anybody. It was to make sure nobody else could catch anybody. So yeah, you think that was like the most prolific, high-profile child supplying pedo ring on the planet, and not one person has been arrested or it's come out. There's members of Congress that are sealing the records, which yeah, lets you know the kind of people that would be doing that sort of stuff is the people in charge. It's like Biden sniffs every kid he gets near. But yeah, they clearly know, and yet there's not one person. So I've got to go down to that warehouse in the bottom left of the map. Replay. Trucking and logistics is fun, and it's only $30. Is that like a game? Trucking and logistics. Make it like the loaf is walking on water. Oh shit. I was reading the screen. Is that, yeah, with the... If I double pack loaves, I think it could work. And yeah, I was thinking about it the other day, and then I just thought, why the hell have I not tried that yet? So, that's one on the list. Jamie Bastian, good night, SnowRunner. Till next weekend, cheers. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your night. Was it 4 hours? I'll get this mission done, and then I'm going to call it a day myself. Which, yeah, I just want to get this rock grinder scout thing in the bag. I won't really have a drive around in it this week, but to be fair, it's only like a normal scout anyway. But yeah, I'll get the mission done before we call it a day. Crunk, to my earlier point though, look at Bruce for example. Absolute hauling machine, very efficient, but it really doesn't take much damage of any kind. The suspension is good, but not top tier though. Bruce, yeah, true. I've not driven him for a little while actually. I do need to get Bruce back out. Robertovs, I'm off though. You'll have a good night. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in, and enjoy the rest of your night. Stop going over these stupid barriers. This is the most annoying thing about these barriers. Once you're over with one wheel, it completely hooks you like... Trucks just don't want to drive back off these. Once you do that, it doesn't really have much choice, but it doesn't do it easily. Like, running out of road. Like, roads are nice, but just go so drifty and mad on this game that you end up covering less distance than if you were actually just driving like off-roading. Part 2, to be more relevant. My problem with Trump... Oh no, hang on, it might be... No, that comment's not on my phone, I can see it on the TV. Part 2, to be more relevant. My problem with Trump is that he's just a shit human. People excuse his behaviour because of the booming economy. But, like, as far as shit human goes, in what way? Because, yeah, like, mean tweets, I'm not saying to take the piss, but they don't bother me. In fact, I think they were pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things, like, back in the day in New York, there was, like, a veterans parade. And at the last minute, the New York state was trying to charge them £1 million for the police and everything to have the parade. And he obviously couldn't afford it, and it was Trump who wrote a cheque for £1 million so that the World War II veterans could still do a parade, which is pretty sickening that they were even in that situation in the first place. I think that's wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I know the media's said everything left, right and centre, but that's what I'm saying. I don't buy what they're saying. Plus, from what I've seen, like, if there was something that was legitimately bad, but yeah, the vast majority of things, or well, pretty much everything. Again, I'm not saying he's like an absolute angel, but yeah, who is, like, by comparison, Clinton raped multiple women. Nothing much happened to him, and still doesn't. They've also got their ex-security guard admitting that the Clintons had people killed and all sorts. So yeah. Bronson, and Clinton flatly told Putin that they couldn't join NATO. Is that told him that, what, Russia couldn't join NATO, do you mean? Or, like, those countries that were nearby? But yeah, like I say, the end result is, I'm not trying to defend Putin, I'm more saying it's like a political chessboard. And the, yeah, like, Russian and Ukrainian people are getting screwed on it, and so are, like, a lot of us, because we're sending money, America's sending money, etc. Yeah, so it's screwing all of us a lot, and it's just like a political game that they're playing. And yeah, I mean, speaking of Trump, Trump called it years ago with Ukraine. And again, it's not against the Ukrainian people, but the politicians are pretty damn corrupt. And yeah, just like all the usual, there's a lot of things as well, like, I don't want to go into it all, but like the war in Syria and that, they wanted to keep the war in Syria. If Clinton got in, they would have carried on the war in Syria. But Trump got in and he pulled them out, pulled out the Middle East, got Palestine and Israel to chill out, got North and South Korea to chill out, and then they rig the election, get Biden back in, and it's back to the same old shit. The Taliban are back. Fucking, there's a war going on in Russia. Palestine and Israel are going at each other. North and South Korea are back at it. It's like, yeah, just the same old shit that I saw growing up. It's like, they don't even... It's like a Hollywood sequel. They don't even know what to do anymore, so they just re-churn out, like, the old shit. And yeah, it is pretty sort of old and obvious. And yeah, for what it's worth, I remember talking to my mum years ago, but I told her back in about 2015 we'll go to war with Russia in a few years. And at the time it was looking pretty unlikely, but yeah, I kind of knew this was going to happen quite a while ago. And again, not to be all like a big brain or whatever, it's just fucking, yeah, when you look into it and keep connecting the dots, it lines up very, very well. And again, that's just independently, purely looking at statistics and times, dates, things going on, etc. It's not to do with, like, someone's told me it or whatever.
So yeah, through the rock crawler off the runway. Crunk. I don't have to take offence to the mean tweets. He just doesn't seem to have any regard for those less fortunate than he is. I by no means think Biden is a good president, I just don't think old farts should be in office. Trump's also highly regarded for his less than favourable treatment of women, including his own wife. But in what way, though, when you say, like, doesn't have any regard for those less fortunate than him? Like, in what way versus, like, above and beyond any other politician in recent history? Because that's all it's like. If he's held to the same standard as all the rest, either A, he'd have to get let off, or B, all the rest would have to get held to an actual standard. And that's where I think, yeah, it's like a big double standard is like, yeah. I'm not saying it to be hard, I just mean, is there anything actual specific that you can say, like, oh, he did this to people less fortunate than him or whatever? Because that's just a very vague thing to say. Where like there isn't really an answer to that, because there isn't really like a specific enough statement to begin with. So I can sort of, yeah, disagree, but it's too general to really like specify why I disagree. But again, I'm like, obviously everyone's entitled to their own opinion on that. But well, yeah, if you're talking about the treatment of women, well, again, I don't like, yeah, with that, what has, like, if he's been battering his wife or something, but I mean, the entire media system has tried to get anything and everything on him for the last 5 or 6 years, and the fact that they scrape in the barrel. Like, I think if they had anything concrete, they'd be absolutely running it, like, night and day in the papers. As for old people in office, I agree, and I don't think anyone should be ruled out based on their age. But I do agree there is a hell of a lot of people in power that are clearly not too old, just as in arbitrarily too old, but they specifically are clearly, like, too old and in decline. To, yeah, still be where they are. But again, it's just, yeah, it's a bit of a corrupt system. So like Nancy Pelosi, for example, like, she's been in there as long as she has for a reason. There's pictures of her stood with John F. Kennedy when he was alive, obviously. Like, that's how long she's been in there. But since she's doing the right thing, and that, well, not the right thing, like, morally, I mean, you know, doing her master's bidding, they'll keep her in there. Whereas then someone like John F. Kennedy, who said he wants to end the Federal Reserve private money system, gets his head blown off soon afterwards. And yeah, well, that's another case, like, they still keep classifying documents of what happened to John F. Kennedy. And long story short, it's fucking obvious. Like, there's even been documentaries and shit on it. It's like the CIA killed John F. Kennedy because he was going to end federal banking, among other, well, private banking, among other things, but yeah. And the fact that that's real, like, we live in a world where an American president got assassinated, and the people who arranged his assassination inherited the power from him, and are still in power today, and no one does anything about it, or can really do anything about it, is pretty insane. I missed one of those checkpoints. Oh fuck, I think I went completely the wrong way. Let's see if we can cut down to the road. Rebel, I know things were cheaper with Trump. Crunk, I do see your point there. I'm only 23, so he's just the worst I've seen in my lifetime. He's really the first president I could really develop my own opinions on. Yeah, and like I say, you're
certainly entitled to your own opinions. It's not a case of like being older, and I can definitely say this much, that I'm not trying to say, oh, I know more than everyone. I certainly don't, but I can definitely say as a person, I am very objective when it comes to that sort of stuff, because I don't want to be for or against anyone unless it's like really of my own volition and decision. Yeah, and I genuinely don't think Trump is the bad person at all that he's been made out to be. And as far as like, if you just think of it, if you own shares in a company, and the guy that ran that company, let's just say he ran it great, so you're making loads of money on your shares, but he was a bit of an arsehole. And personally, I like Trump. I think he's fucking funny and all the rest of it, so it is what it is. I do like him. Yeah, I do think that I just see somewhere like best president in history. Yeah, Derek Llewellyn. Trump is one of the best presidents we've had. I genuinely agree, and yeah, like Abraham Lincoln levels sort of thing, like, yeah, possibly top, but definitely top 3 best presidents America has ever had. In terms of like putting America first, running America properly, and all the rest of it, yeah, he absolutely smashed it. And I don't know, yeah, there is quite a lot of things he's done that's good. Well, loads, like, yeah, but I'm not trying to sort of convert anyone on it or anything. But yeah, he's a million times, like, better than Biden. Like I say, Biden's just an old senile man that they just put in as the throat. Like, obviously there's people pulling the strings behind the scenes, so it's not literally him running it. I think he's just too kind of dopey and unaware, and they obviously, I'm sure, rev up his ego a bit with like, yeah, you're the president. But yeah, he clearly doesn't have a fucking clue what he's doing. And yeah, like I say, when Trump got in, fucked quite a lot of their plans. Like, among other things, it was back in the 90s. America made a deal with Saudi Arabia to build a natural gas pipeline from Saudi Arabia going through Afghanistan, Iraq and Syria, I believe it was. And then, yeah, not too long after that, the Twin Towers happened. And then Iraq got invaded. Afghanistan. And then Syria. And then when Trump got in, it kind of fucked a lot of things up. Because he pulled out of Syria, which they wanted the guy Assad gone, because he didn't want the pipeline built through Syria. And that pipeline would have undercut Russian pipelines that are coming in from northern Turkey, feeding Europe. And that's why Putin was kind of defending Assad, essentially. But yeah, and then it's like, who's the more corrupt one? Like, what right does America have to go in and remove the Syrian guy just because they want a pipeline, etc.? And not, like I say, America even admit it at this point. They've been all over the world stirring up shit to get, like, remove say dictators. Again, that's what we get told. And I'm not saying they're not dictators, but you know what I mean. Like, yeah, Saddam was removed because he was gonna stop accepting dollars for oil, which would have collapsed the petrodollar, which would have made international bank loans, the price of them, go up for America. They removed Gaddafi because he was going to only accept oil for gold and was then going to make coins out of the gold and distribute it to the public, which would have, well, for one, like, America would have to then pay for the oil with gold, which they can't now just print dollars. They'd actually have to get gold, so that would be bad. Yeah, there's a lot of corrupt shit. And I'm telling you, like, this is like 0.1%. And even, yeah, stuff like with the Twin Towers. There's a lot of things people don't know about the Twin Towers, like, did you know they were full of asbestos and were going to have to get ripped down pretty soon? They also had floor, okay, it was like the 88th floor or the 83rd floor was closed for renovations, and there was some pretty suspicious teams turning up working on that floor. Who knows what they were doing? I don't know what they were doing. There was also a helicopter though flying around the Twin Towers surveying it. There was some weird trucks pulling up the night before. I don't know how many people know this, but near enough every Jewish person, I'm not saying this means who was doing it, but near enough every Jewish person didn't turn up to work that day because they got told not to turn up to work at the Twin Towers, which is odd. Then Larry Silverstein insured them for $7 billion and specifically made sure that it'll get paid out per terrorist attack, not per plane, basically. So the insurance company only wanted to pay out for one terrorist attack, but he made sure just before that it specified that if, for example, like a plane was to hit, or two planes, that you'd get paid out for each plane, not just it get counted as a whole incident. Yeah, there's just loads of sketchy shit, and like I said, I've read into it a hell of a lot. I think I know, yeah, where my mind lands on it. And I don't think it's some big crazy conspiracy thing, it's just lots of like rich, powerful people. Again, if you imagine like you play Grand Theft Auto, I know it sounds silly, but think of the crazy maniacal stuff you do on Grand Theft Auto. I drive around on it and I'll run a prostitute over just because I'm driving that way and she's on the curb. Like, you can be an insane person, and obviously that's a game and that's why we do it, but actual real people that are pretty much psychopaths. I know it sounds stupid, but do you know about 4% of the population are born technically a psychopath? And what I mean is in, like, if they did a test to determine if they were a psychopath, about 4% of the population would be declared a psychopath. Which means 4 in 100 people that you know or that live around you are statistically insane enough to do something along the lines of kill you and not give a shit about it, which is quite a lot of people. And then you mix that in with, like, they're worth billions and run nations, it gets pretty crazy. Yeah, congressmen's term limits, some of them have been in forever. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, if they ever get limits in or whatever, they'll loophole their way around it, and they'll just use it to get other people out that don't want in. Like, say, for example, I know it's again, but Trump, what's the fucking word called, beginning with I? Not indictment. Oh, it's fucking just gone. You know what I mean? Where they're trying to, like, to remove him. I think you said it earlier, Clinton got it as well. But yeah, point being, like, Biden's done more than enough to have the same thing happen. Oh fuck, have I gone this way and I didn't collect the fucking vehicle, did I? What a genius manoeuvre. I was supposed to put it on the trailer. That was my original plan, and then I forgot. Oh well, we'll tow it this way. I take it the trailer, yeah, is separate. So what we'll do then, crane this into the sideboard. At the end of the day, I'm always willing to respect disagreements, and I'll definitely say there is corruption all over the political spectrum. Yeah, there is, exactly, and that's one of those things, like, say for example, if I say I like Trump, that doesn't mean I like Republicans. Well, obviously people, I don't mean people, but I mean politicians. Like, Trump is a bit of an anomaly. And I just mean that in the sense, I mean, at the end of the day, like, he is a billionaire. He was pretty famous, like, you know, he's even in songs and all that, so you could say he had a pretty good public standing in the sense of, like, he was a pretty respected person, blah blah blah. And, yeah, at that point, he pretty much had everything he wanted, if you know what I mean. You can't really be in a much better position than, like, a billionaire, New York, playboy kind of guy. And yeah, he kind of gave all that up to run for president, and they've been absolutely attacking the shit out of him ever since. But yeah, and I don't think he really did bad things. Well, I think he did fucking great things, to be honest. Like I say, I hope to fuck he gets in 2024. And just knowing what I know the way the world runs, is I promise you it'll be better if he gets in than if he doesn't. Well, especially if he doesn't. It'll be a disaster anyway. But what other muppet are they going to put in if they... But I don't know, I don't think he'll get it. Not because I don't think he'd win. I think he would win. But I think he would have won, or did win, 2020. And I don't think they're going to want that to happen. So yeah, I think regardless it's going to be a pretty interesting year. Like, I'm not even saying this to be a joke, like, I wouldn't be booking flights anywhere. I wouldn't want to be going holidaying anywhere that's like, yeah, a populated... Look, I'm pretty happy in my village, where no one should want to fuck with this village, because it's not worth it. But yeah, that's what, like, corruption on the political spectrum. All of them, like, yeah, I'm not saying it's like, oh, Democrats, like, are bad, or that people who vote Democrat are bad people. What I will say, and I do think this is fair to say by now, people who still vote Democrats now are just kind of, they have got their eyes closed, where it's like, I know it, you can kind of say, oh, it sucks that your preferred political party has an idiot like Biden in charge or whatever, but nonetheless, it's like, yeah, I think people get so caught up on, like, if it's a Democrat so it's not a Republican, it's like, that's better, but sometimes you just got to be like, vote the other person if it's just objectively going to be better than what is currently going on. But yeah, like, it's sort of, I know Trump ran as a Republican, but he's not really a Republican. He just ran as that because it made the most sense. He probably aligns more with the theoretical, like, Republican than Democrats, but it's not even to do with, like, political, and it, yeah, like, I don't know, when Trump ran, who was it, Hillary running against him, Hillary is way more in with Biden's side, if you know what I mean, but she would have been a Democrat. Like, it doesn't, well, yeah, now Biden's a Democrat, but then before that there was, like, if you had Bush, and then wasn't I'm not sure, but yeah, Bush was like a Republican but was still the same kind of, yeah, it's just a bunch of, it's like wealthy families really, if you know what I mean, that are getting in. Like I say, there was George Bush Sr., then George Bush. When Trump ran, Jeb Bush ran. And let's be honest, if Trump didn't run, it would have been between Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton. So there's already, like, a Bush or a Clinton back in office before you've ever even cast a vote. And that's already sewn that one up, because again, they're just going to follow their, like, political lines. Yeah, Derek Llewellyn, I agree. Rebel by choice. I like Trump. Yeah, same here. I think, if nothing, well, one of the things that I like is that it trolls people like Hillary Clinton. I mean, for a start, seeing her face the night she didn't win the election was a gift that I didn't like. In 2016 and that, I didn't, it was just thinking like, nah, surely. Anyway, I even said to my mate, I was like, I reckon Trump's going to win in that, but I was sort of saying, like, yeah, they're not going to want him in and all the rest of it, and they're obviously going to try and do some sneaky things around it. But again, they've been doing it for ages. Like, when Bush got in around 2000, didn't there end up being a thing where they then said, like, they're not sure after all if he won Florida? And I can't remember the ins and outs of it, but all I'm saying is, like, there's a history of rigging it. Let's just say that much. And there's more than one way to rig it. Like, oh shit, wait there. What vehicle? I've got the vehicle. Wasn't I towing the trailer? What happened to the trailer? Right, I've got the truck. Oh. Wasn't I winch to it? Why did I just randomly release the winch? Where's the trailer going though? That island. That's alright, yeah, so we can leave it there. I'm saying that. Oh no, this. No, yeah, we'll leave it there because this probably isn't set up for submarine mode, so I'll have to come back this way. Grab the trailer.
Bronson, he's the best we've had since Reagan.
Yeah, I think Reagan was did some good things as well. And even what's the other one? I can't remember. Yeah, Reagan. He definitely knew his shit a bit more, and he knew how sneaky the fucking government was as well. He even said it himself, whilst he was the government. But he knows. Wasn't he the one who said, like, the worst 9 words you can hear? Like a knock at your door and someone say, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. He's like, yeah, that is the scariest thing you can ever hear. Which is true. But yeah, like, for what it's worth, like, I'm not, you can pretty much count me as, like, I distrust and dislike basically all of them on all sides. Because they don't represent, like, what the theory of the side is fine, but the actual people they get to run that. So, for example, you have Democrat, and they run Hillary Clinton. It's irrelevant that it's a Democrat. It's irrelevant what Democrat means, what it stands for. Because it's Hillary Clinton, who is a corrupt fucking monster of a thing she is. Yeah, so it's irrelevant at that point. And the same with Republicans and all that. And it's the same over here. Like, I'm sort of talking about America, and I am. But in the UK, it's similar. We've got Labour and Conservative, which Labour's the equivalent of Democrat. Conservative's the equivalent of Republican. But it doesn't mean shit, because all the people that run are just the same bunch of muppets. They could just as easily run on the other side. Like, that's what I mean. So it doesn't really represent what it's supposed to. Whereas, like, America, when America fought us, it's because we were taxing America quite a lot as well. But obviously no taxation without representation, because they didn't want to get taxed because they didn't have any say. Like, there was no government in Parliament that was representing the American colonies, so that's why they obviously started rebelling at that. And yeah, and I respect that, telling them to go and fuck themselves and their greedy little tax mitts. But yeah, it's good. That's what I'll do. I like. That's what one of the reasons I like the American national anthem, because yeah, I like a lot about what happened that day. Really, like I can't remember. We shot somewhere up and we were doing pretty well, but then we went into was it Boston or whatever, going towards Fort McHenry is kind of what it was all over. And the Americans hid in Fort McHenry. We had some boats outside and we shot at it for about 29 hours or something like that. And then in the morning, and there was what was his name? Francis Lee Scott, or Scott Lee or whatever it was a lawyer who was on one of the British boats. In the morning, he saw the fort had obviously been shot to shit, but the flag was still flying. But then I also liked that the flag was apparently torn up because it had been shot at and all the rest of it. So then the Americans got the garrison flag, which is a lot bigger, and then hoisted that up on the flag, which I just think is funny, because if you've just been shot at for 29 hours, and then just be like, yeah, you can't hit shit, mate. Here's a bigger flag, shoot at that dickhead. So I respect that. And then, yeah, it was that Francis Lee Scott guy, whatever his name is, who was on the British boats and saw the flag in the morning. And then obviously ended up writing that song. Which, as far as songs go, if you actually listen to it, like, is about the most passionate someone can be about a flag. Which I respect that. But then, yeah, some of the lyrics are important. Like, what was it? Oh, be it ever where free men shall stand. Stuff like that. That is important, because that is them saying fuck you to the government. Which, as a general rule, I just respect. I think people should tell the government to fuck off more often. Plus, yeah, imagine how good it was back then, when you were just like, yeah, fuck it, shall we start a fight with the government? It was just more an exciting time to be alive, I reckon. And the fact that it was fair and just.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He's made of money, so a lot of people don't even bother
To question him. Who's that, Trump? Yeah, he's got a lot of money, but so has all the rest of them, if you know what I mean. Plus, out of anyone, he's actually like, for example, say then Nancy Pelosi. How's she worth? Like 60 million? And Chuck Schumer's worth millions, and what's her name? Maxine something or other. She's worth millions. It's like they all got into government, and then they're all insanely wealthy. Whereas Trump's the only one who made his money privately, but also is the only president in history to leave the White House poorer than when he went in, which kind of tells you something. The fact that all the rest of them got richer. Which, yeah, the concept of politicians shouldn't be able to get richer whilst being a politician. It should be the sort of thing that you get poorer at. And I also think, not just saying, like, Trump is the example in this case, but people like Trump should be president. And what I mean is, I don't think there should be career politicians. Like, people who make, yeah, something like privately. It doesn't even, not even to do with, like, he's made billions or anything like that. I know this is a random thing, but people from the UK will sort of know, like, or if you've heard of Jeremy Clarkson, as mad as it sounds, I'm not literally saying he should be Prime Minister, but if he ran for Prime Minister, I would rather vote for him because he's not a career politician. I just mean, like, I think people should have, not a go at it like that, but I think, yeah, people should get, like, established outside of politics, and then, again, not have a go at it, but get in on it for X amount of years, and then they leave again, whereas, yeah, career politicians, obviously, inevitably, have a gain in, like, winging the system a bit, and that's why I think, yeah, people like Pelosi and all that are stinking rich. And they shouldn't be, sort of thing. There's no reason why Pelosi is worth millions and millions. Other than the fact that she was, like, pretty much openly playing the stock market with insider trading for years. There's a Twitter account even pointing it out all the time, and then Twitter closed their account. Like, yeah, so it's just, like, pure open in your face corruption. Impeach, yeah, that's the word, dude, yeah. Yeah, impeach, like, there's loads of stuff Biden could have been impeached for, but that's what I mean, that rule's in place, like, they'll use it when it suits them, and then they'll just say, oh, it's not an impeachable offence when it doesn't suit them. So that's the problem, that's what I'm saying, like, when I was talking about America, sorry, again, like, telling the UK to fuck off, and then making, like, the Constitution and that, it's... yeah, like the Constitution's there to rule over the government. It's not really to rule over the people. Like, it's set in... The Constitution sets out limits for the government, really. Like, I know you can say the right to bear arms and all that, but you're talking, like, in the context of a government running the place is, like, that's the extension of the limits they're allowed to do or not do, which is why there's stuff like the Second Amendment, because it's not to say Americans can own firearms, it's to say the government can't tell you not to own them. Like, the fact that you own them is an inalienable right, really. It's like, you're a human on this planet, you should be allowed to own firearms. If they exist, it is what it is. If you don't like it, or you don't like the idea of someone else owning firearms, it's a beast, but someone could try and kick my door in now and kill me. It's the nature of the world we live in. Yeah, so that's it. It's like, but they sort of list it these days as like, yeah, they'll say the Constitution, for example, they're like, oh yeah, that gives you the right to bear arms, and it's like, no, I've already got the right to bear arms. The Constitution stops the government taking away my right to bear arms. Like, it tells them what they can't do to me, not what I can do. But by extension, it tells me what I can do, because the government are kind of policing everything. So that sets the limits on what you're going to get policed on. But yeah, like, they're all just very corrupt these days, and it's a bit of an odd one to, like, yeah, say the January the 6th, which clearly wasn't an insurrection, but they can just say it is. And then that's it. They'll mark it down in history now. Yep, that was an insurrection. And yeah, like, how do you limit a government at this point? Because the Constitution says you're able to, and we've got it over here with the Magna Carta. I think it's Article 63 of the Magna Carta. It's called lawful rebellion, which means I have the lawful right, for example, to go to, well, it's the king now, but I could go down to Buckingham Palace, and I'm allowed to, I believe it's like, cause a nuisance, basically, to the Queen, or now the King. Like, I'm allowed, again, lawfully, to go down to Buckingham Palace and protest and all that, and I can cause, like, hassle to the King until the problem that needs to lawfully be solved is solved. And that was like a law back in the day, so when it was like the barons and the royalty of England versus all the peasants, obviously the peasants got sick of their bullshit. And then, yeah, among other things, there was like the Magna Carta, which set out a list of things, and then one of them is like, if you don't solve our problems, we can come down and do more than piss you off until you do fix the problem. And that's why it's called lawful rebellion. But obviously, in this day and age, good luck going down to Buckingham Palace and protesting. You might be able to stand outside with a sign, but that doesn't really mean shit. But the legal, lawful definition, I'm allowed to enter Buckingham Palace and become a nuisance and all the rest of it. Until, yeah, they look into the issue. But that's never going to happen these days. And yeah, according to the Constitution and all that, if the government's acting iffy, shall we say, Americans have the constitutional right to remove them with firepower if needs be. But obviously, if anyone went down to the White House with a gun, they're going to get shot within seconds. And it's the only case you would hear anything different is if Trump was in office and someone tried to kill him with a gun. The media might spin it as like, yeah, well, they were actually just trying to do a favour for us all, because they would look at it that way. But any other politician that's in on with them, and again, I'm not suggesting anyone obviously go and do that, I'm just saying the theoretical nature of it, like with the Constitution and that, sort of says the people can remove the government. But it don't work like that these days, does it? So, yeah. You've now got a government running mad. And yeah, like I say, I just generally don't like them. Like, it's not my fault. But, well, I actually like the UK. Fuck the politicians, but I like the UK's cool. But yeah, so it's not my fault. My great-great-great-great-granddad didn't get on the boat and go to America. That's why I'm stuck over here with no guns. It's a tragedy. But yeah, anyway, I was just saying, the principles of the Constitution are pretty important. And we're pretty good. And the whole thing it was founded on. was pretty respectful, or respectable, shall I say. And yeah, but it's veering from that now. If you hear like the American national anthem, what's the last lines of it? Like, not blessed with victory and peace. It's basically saying, if it's just, but then that's questionable these days. Some of the things, if you know what I mean. I don't know if it is just anymore. Not the people. The people are cool. It's the people running it. Francis Scott Key. Yeah, that's the dude. He was, yeah, he was a lawyer on one of the British ships. He was, I think he was in the middle of haggling, like, for someone to get freed from the colonies, like some prisoner or whatever. But he just happened to be on one of the boats in the harbour, I believe. Or he might have been on, I think he was on one of the British ships, not the one shooting. But yeah, and then, like I say, we did like an invading force. I think there was like, we dropped about 3,000 off. And then chased back like 1,000 Americans. But then when they got back to the town, I think all the town joined in. You see, this is the thing where it's like, that's why you need this sort of stuff. Half the town was armed anyway. Probably more than half, let's be honest. So then when the Americans got to the town and were like, oh shit, the British are coming, everyone in the town got their guns. So then when the British got to the town, there was 1,000 odd American soldiers, but now there's 14,000 armed Americans, 13,000 of which probably weren't soldiers. They were just like, well, fuck it then, I'll get my gun. And then we had to retreat, and then that's why we tried to shoot the fort with cannons from the boats, but then that didn't work. Well, we actually shot something. What was it? We shot a cannon that fell off one of the forts. So then we moved a bit nearer because we got a bit confident. And then I think you shot back at us. So then we moved back out of firing range, but we could still hit you with cannons. And then, yeah, I think in the morning or whatever, we were finally like, yeah, fuck it. They're dug in pretty well. We'll call it a day. We'll call it even. Do you know what the funny thing is, though? I think a lot of people don't know about the American war and that. When you had the colonies war in, there's obviously, again, a lot of sketchy politics going on, because you basically had the UK that was like the British Empire. Goddamn professionals. And then you had France, you had like Napoleon and all that, who was also, they had a bit of an empire going themselves. And then the UK and France got into a bit of a thing where we were like, we signed a thing saying, if anyone deals with France, go fuck yourselves, we're not dealing with you. So then France wrote a thing saying, if anybody deals with the UK, we're going to seize your boat and all the property on it and all the rest of it. So we basically scared America at the time. That was like the colonies and everything anyway. I think, yeah, saying like, you can't trade, and then the colonies were getting like pretty poor because they couldn't really trade with allies of the UK or France because we were both like moaning about it. But then, oh no, sorry, this is this war? This might be the, yeah, it was this war. And then, you know, like back then it took a while for news to travel, so obviously you didn't have like the internet and all the rest of it. So we declared this thing where it's like America's not allowed to deal with like any of our any of like France's allies and all the rest of it. And then eventually we signed a thing, I think because we knew it was like fucking America up a bit anyway, and obviously there's other politics involved. We basically signed something into order saying, right, actually, we postponed that for America. America is now allowed to trade with everybody, basically. But when we issued that news, around the same time, America issued the news, the American colonies, that they're going to war with us. But we'd already issued that we're letting them trade, and then we got the letter saying from America, like, we're going to go to war with you. But we already knew we'd issued the cease thing on the port blockades or whatever. So then we waited for a while to see, because we, like, basically, some guy in America back then declared war on us without realising we'd stopped doing the thing that they declared war on us for. And then when news got back, it kind of, then some guy in America would have realised, oh shit, we've declared war on the UK, but they're not doing this thing anymore. And then they had a moment to be like, right, do we now call off the war, or do we just go fuck it and have a war anyway? And I think then they said sort of fuck it and have a war anyway. But yeah, it's just funny because back then, obviously, yeah, it took time for news to travel. was the same when, was it the Napoleonic War or whatever? When, yeah, the French Revolution, and that's where like the Rothschilds and all that. It was one of him. He had a system in place that was quicker than the postal system, so that's how he knew a day before that England had won the French Revolution or whatever it was. But he told everybody France won, and it made the stock prices of like these English things plummet, and then he bought them all up. Then the official news that England actually won came out. Then the prices skyrocketed, and he just bought it all up at pennies on the pound, and then became a very rich man. And yeah, Rothschild still to this day, probably the richest family on the planet. Also the sketchiest. Also probably the Illuminati. Crunk, regardless of your political standing, I think anyone who tells the government to fuck off can easily share a room at the crib. Yeah, exactly like I say, I'm anti pretty much all of them. Like, so don't think I'm like anti one side. Trump was just the anomaly where it was funny because it stirred the pot. They all hated it, and yeah, I don't think he's one of them, which is a fucking good start. And I honestly, even if it's for his own ego, if he wants to be, quote unquote, the best president in history, like, just to do cool things for America, as stupid as that sounds, but yeah, it's like for the people, so to speak, rather than just the usual career politicians lining up pockets. But yeah, I'm very hostile to all of them, so like, I'm not going to be getting in bed with any of them anytime soon. Like, I'm very hostile. Even when if I work somewhere, I get very hostile towards management, but I'm fine with everybody else. It's just, I don't know what it is. There's just something about, I have such a distrust of people in power that even if I'm near people in power, I get very suspicious, give them the side eye, bit of shiftiness. Yeah, I'm just very sort of wary about them all the time, so yeah. It's worth knowing. If I was there in 1776, I'd have had a pop at the UK as well. Yeah, well, I'll probably call it a day there. We've only gone fucking out 5 hours. It's an absolute whopper of a stream. Well, the good thing is though, we've got this map uncovered, got reactive zone done next week. Well, on my normal playthrough I should have flatlands uncovered, obviously can't see a lot of it. But yeah, next week I'll try and get Avira Hills and Flatbed uncovered, and then go from there. And yeah, as for tonight, that Fem 37, the AGL, actually does feel very nice. I knew it would anyway, because AGL's trucks do, but I wasn't sure if he was going to do like a rigid chassis version, or maybe do like what Fox did, where it's with the Azov Iceberg, where it's got like a bit of articulation but a bit of steering as well. But it seems to be like the full articulation, but yeah, it's definitely stronger. So it steers more normally. It still does ping itself left and right when you hit the terrain, but it fires back to the middle very quick, so it does actually feel pretty decent. And the actual truck itself, power-wise and all the rest of it, was pretty nice. Rebel by choice. Have a good morning, Wolf. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Same to you. Enjoy, yeah, your morning. Well, the sun's rising here. What time is it now, curiosity? 7:30. Damn. Derek Llewellyn, have a good night, / day, MrLoneWolf. Yeah, I appreciate it, and cheers to everyone else for popping in. Like, I know it ended up going on a political tangent, but again, I'm not trying to convert anyone, and I won't go on about it normally, but I'm just saying that there is some crazy shit going on, so yeah, I tend to ignore it all, and I am hostile to all of them, so don't worry about it. Yeah, enjoy your morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is where you all are. What videos? Oh yeah, I'm going to try and, funnily enough, that mission I've just done now, actually, really. That rock crawler truck, I'll try and get that one done. I want to get a gameplay and review done on at least one of the vehicles. I want to get at least one of the maps, kind of the exploration video, and after that I'll just probably pick missions based on priorities, like if it unlocks warehouses and that, I'll kind of go through it that way. But yeah, until then, enjoy the rest of your night and whatever, and I'll be back soon.